Hello there, you beautiful people, and welcome to, dare I say it, World Tree Quests. Welcome to the forming. I am your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we've got my lovely and amazing cast. We have got Just Harry, we have got... They're round the wrong way, but we have Patron of Chaos and we have Khadija Al Kubra. I'm going to go and fix that right now.
It's always the Jersey girls. It's always the Jersey girls.
Do you know what? It's just that it's that freaking Jersey accent. It's just I hear you both speak it, and then I go, "Oh God, it's above." Just there, put them anywhere. I will say we don't have Ash with us today. Ash is not feeling too great, so Ash, I hope you feel better soon, and we'll see you when you are feeling better and when you're ready to come back and kick ass. While wearing very stylish high heels, as always, as Sheila. I will preface this by saying it right now. It is session 69. I will not be accepting any shenanigans, any shenanigans. You will all
But last week you said, fuck it, pull a Finny.
You will all behave yourself in a professional and adequate manner. Or I swear to God, I'll throw you all inside the crooked house straight away. Like you will all...
Let's go back.
You don't want to. I got a book from some lovely people at Monte Cook, and it's terrifying.
Also, Fran, I'm just seeing like the updated stuff for like the screen. Mm-hmm. Like our minis, holy shit, they look so cool.
Yeah, I edited the poses up a little bit. The one with the biggest change.
Even the magic colors have changed.
Yeah, well, because the way people use their magic has changed. Also, the only thing that I could really change about Reveries was you no longer have a hammer.
Damn. Yeah,
I'll get her another one.
Immortalized.
My hammer is the only thing that's changed. Reverie is just
I've just swapped the hammer for just a bunch of magic coming out the hand. That's it.
Yeah.
I think pretty Arya's pose changed too, although the color of the magic is a little different.
Do I have any housekeeping? I do have some housekeeping.
Yeah, it's not violet anymore.
Another reminder that we do still have our application form up in our Twitter at World Tree Quest for our Dragon Age game. If you want to play the Dragon Age TTRPG, if you want to learn a new TTRPG, or if you just want to see a fucking cool show, go check it out. I've been in contact with the people at Green Ronin Publishing, and they're incredibly helpful. They're so good. I love talking to them. I was actually speaking to one of the people there, and I'm not going to say who. I can't say who. I'm not going to fucking name that. But I will say this: their surname was Templar. I was like, this is fucking immense. It's amazing. So
I'm very excited to note take for that.
Yeah, I am.
That's gonna be so fun to watch.
The basic premise for the campaign that I have, guys, is that it is going to run alongside the game story of Dragon Age Origins. You're going to be in the same timeline, sort of in the same places, but doing different things. And the campaign's name, Secrets, should give you a little bit of an idea. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that just now, because right now, guys, I get to ask my favourite question. What the fuck happened last session?
We decided to regroup and rest and not go immediately through the creepy mirror doorway, because in our current condition, that was not a good idea.
It definitely was not.
Plus, out of game, we were down one player, and we need our brain cells for something like that.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of good strategy talking with Reverie and Kessleys, with like Reverie and Kiernan, with like Reverie and with like Arya and Kessleys and Elion in the hot springs when we finally got to take a bath because we were still goofy from the Nurgling spew.
Them Nurglings.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't call them Nurglings. There should probably be a different name for them. Snotlings.
Snotlings! Yeah. It's not very polite of them to explode on us, though. But yeah, tensions are still high between the spring soldiers. Arya tried to like be more assertive and tell them like, put aside your shit for now and focus on helping people. But instead, what got them to finally like ease off each other was Elion bitch slapping equal opportunists. That was really funny.
I'll properly lean across the aisle and bitch smack you as equals. Elion did an Abraham Lincoln from the Epic Rap Battles of History, and I will always remember it.
Yeah. Reverie also figured out some plants that might be able to help the folk who are sick, and where to find them in some real bad territory. And also convinced our favorite Spring Himbo to not, hightail it out and to have faith in himself. Like, so I freaking love Reverie and Kieran's friendship so much. It always warms my heart seeing your guys roleplay that friendship.
Just the absolute of besties.
I love it so much.
Who are we talking about?
Reverie and Kieran.
Oh my god, best friends for life, like all the way.
Like they have matching friendship tattoos.
She's gonna be
Kieran's
his,
is definitely spelt wrong.
I like to think that their friendship tattoos is like Kieran got an axe and Reverie got a hammer.
No, I think it's cuter than that. I think Reverie has antlers somewhere and Kiernan's got a feather.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
Yeah, or a flower with a feather, because she always braids the flowers into his antlers and his hair.
He still
That'd
has
be so
he still has the flowers in his antlers.
I'm absolutely not writing that into Reverie's tattoo lore.
Love that.
You did mention a very important point there, that you were able to get communications on trees, specifically trees, which could be of use. Can you remember the trees that you need?
The tree that talked to us.
Can you remember the name of the tree?
Where's my notes?
I know dragon was in one of the names of one
There
of the plants.
is indeed. The dragon is one of them.
And then there was elder or silver or something like that.
You've got two.
The dragon's blood tree.
Dragon's blood tree was the mid-tier tree to find, and that would help if any moved on to the hemorrhaging stage.
The other tree started with a U.
The Upaz tree.
Upaz.
Yeah, so in order of easiest to get to hardest to get, it was the Elder Tree. The Elder Tree has several fever-breaking qualities, so any that have got kind of the first stage of the plague, it can help them break the fever quickly. If they moved on to the hemorrhaging stage, where they start to literally cough and bleed from basically any hole they've got, the sap from the Blood Dragon Tree can be used to facilitate red blood cell growth. And for those who went on to the final stage, which was the coma and eventual death, there was the Opaz tree, which is known to give a kind of resistance to magical effects. And that, combined with the other three, potentially could be the only thing that saves people in the third stage of it. Put all three of them together and you can pretty much save anybody from this.
Yeah, so that's one strategy we have, and then another was something the three in the hot springs discussed of either possibly getting someone to come trying to cast Ascending. Ari came up with 3 possible people to reach out to, because let's be real, we could use some extra help. This is way above our pay grade. We need some backup. If nothing else, but to at least help stabilize the people who are sick, especially the Primarchs, because right now we're running low on time, and if we can keep them stabilized, that might buy us some time. So, still got those saved up. And then Kesselis came up with an idea that he said was don't freak out, but up here, and we all reconvened at in front of the vault, which Elion figured out was oh shit, this was all a bigger thing. And yeah, we should have gone into that goop vault, the treasury, because in my mind, I heard treasury and I thought, oh, just the gold and jewels of Autumn, which is important, especially if they're having cash problems. But other things are more important now. But didn't consider it was artifacts, especially because there was already an artifacts level that we found stuff on. You throw a red herring at us, Brandon, which I'm pissed at, but also impressed. Bravo, but
Cusco's vault.
Cusco's vault!
Yeah, there is indeed a vault.
You threw a red herring.
I did. I threw a red herring. It was
Clever boy.
definitely something I did, and I don't regret it. And there's some stuff inside the vault as well.
But we can't get into the vault, which is why my sweet baby boy son Cassilis pulled out a little piece of soul fragment of Magda's brain and did some
How the hell did he get that though? And we still gotta destroy
we ended on that.
We did indeed.
Yeah, and we still gotta destroy the other stuff from Magda. But we haven't had a chance to, and also since Sheila's back holding an outgame, Ashley's been gone. So, but one thing at a time. It's on my to-do list, but yeah. Oh, and I don't know if you had it written down, but I did give bless to a few people in the party, including Kesselis, before he opened the thing.
Yes, I do have that. They are still active. They still have
cool.
active on them.
Just want to check.
It's absolutely fine. So on that note, I believe we left off at the vault.
Cusco's vault.
Sorry?
Cusco's vault.
Okay, yes, Cusco's vault. The vault for Cusco. The vault was designed to hold all the things that belong to Cusco. Cusco's vault. That vault?
I imagine the architect who designed the vault was an Eladrin named Cusco.
Right, I'm writing it in.
Yeah.
So, you guys are still at the vault. Kesselis has said that he has a fragment of Magda bound here. He says that it has Magda's intelligence but not his free will. So he can completely control it so long as he's powerful enough to do so, which Kesselis has shown to you despite his age. He's a very capable young wizard. So, what Kesselis has offered up as a reminder is that he will use the fragment of Magda to go inside. He can then view through its eyes using a kind of, let's say, darker aspect of magic that kind of works in the same way as Find Familiar. So what's the party's thoughts on this?
I mean, what other choice do we have? We can't exactly walk in.
I think it's one shot.
Mm-hmm.
Kesselis mentioned that it has a price. So, Reverie is just gonna kind of meet his gaze and go, as long as the price is worth it.
Kesselis will look at you, Reverie, and he will say, if it helps someone you care about, then it's worth it.
Yeah, but let's figure this out here. I don't want you selling your soul for something that may not be in there.
Oh, it's not selling my soul. I wouldn't be stupid enough to do that.
Okay, that feels targeted.
It's less of a spiritual and mental risk and more of a direct physical risk. There's no possibility of Magda and this remnant ever being strong enough to take over anybody. This is an echo of a soul. It's an echo of a fragment of a soul. It has only the capabilities to see and do as it's told. I couldn't harm anyone with this if I wanted to. But the thing is, souls are not meant to be shared. And by me viewing through it, I run the risk of my soul getting locked out of my body. It's a small risk, I must reiterate this to you, an incredibly small risk. There is a higher likelihood of me being struck by lightning twice. But it is still a risk, no matter how small it may be. Essentially, I will be rolling a D100. It's a 1 in 100 chance.
That's fine.
I would like to point out that before anybody goes on, oh, I don't know, we shouldn't risk that. You've all had one of these with about similar odds, and you took it without thought. So everybody just remember that. But yeah,
what are the chances?
Essentially, the chances of it are going to be he's going to use this spell, which is a homebrew spell that I've created. And all it lets him do is to channel a fragment of a soul that he has. And they act like a familiar, but with less capabilities. The only thing they can do is move, and he can look through their eyes and ears and hear through their ears. Still does the same thing as find familiar when they share sight, so he will not be able to see or hear through his own eyes and ears. But when he uses it, he rolls a D100, and he has a 1 in 100 chance. I literally have to roll whatever my choice is, a 1 or a 100. And as I'm a Warhammer 40k TTRPG veteran, I will always use the 1 as the negative. So I have to roll literally a 1 on a D100.
Yeah, fine.
As long as you don't make a habit of it. And we trust you.
Once the fragment is used, it's used. This isn't a, I have this fragment of his soul and therefore I have control of it forever. The fragment will be expended. So...
And we're talking about your soul.
No, what I mean by that is there's the potential that we could get information from him. Information that he knew. Or I could use him to get in here. The fragment is small. I will only have 30 seconds, if I'm lucky. And I can't relay information that he may have, as well as properly investigate something in 30 seconds. I could perhaps push to a minute, but that's risking.
Don't risk that. But 30 seconds? If you think that it's worth the risk, then we trust you. Or at least I do.
I mean, what are the chances, in your professional opinion, that one of us would be able to dispel whatever is keeping the door shut?
Are any of you except... What do you mean? So sorry, just to clarify, Elion, what is it you mean? How many of you would be able to use the magic needed to open the door?
Theoretically, if I rolled, say, a ridiculously high dispel magic check, would that do anything?
So, if you were to get what you need on a dispel magic, yeah, you could do it. But this vault was built for royalty.
Yeah, I know it's not going to
be
easy.
The magic protecting it. So the kind of rule of thumb I always have is anything that's protected for a royal standard, you're talking at bare minimum, it's a 7th level spell. So at minimum, you're needing you would estimate a guess you would need at least a 17, but it could also be higher. So yeah, that's always an option. If something's been protected by magic, you guys are all familiar enough to know now. Dispel magic is always an option. The other option is getting one of the royals awake, or at least getting their body here so you can use their physical hand to open the door. Or you go with Kesseli's thing, which would only give you a viewing insight. It wouldn't get you inside.
Out of curiosity, what exactly is like the vault looking situation look like? Is it like a padlock thing? Is it like a wheel thing? Is it like a lock? So
it looks it's imagine like a giant diagram, okay? The diagram is 5 separate circles, each of them with a different symbol. What those symbols mean, who knows? None of you guys have bothered any checks on that. But
would it be like an arcane check, or
it would be an Arcana or a History check.
can I try history check? Maybe I recognize it from some of my brother's ramblings.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me a moment. Sorry. Astrid came in. But she got away from... No. Astrid, go away, baby. Good girl. Kids. Fantastic.
But yeah, if I can make a history check, maybe like I could remember something from my brother Saren, hyper rambling about magic or something.
Would Saren know? I mean, you can take the check on it. Hell yeah, go for it.
I'll give it a shot.
Go for it.
I'll try. Yeah. So that's cocked. Okay. Not great. That's 8 plus 3. So 11.
And 11's not going to do it, I'm afraid. These symbols don't mean anything to you. You can get, and I would give you this one without the history check. You can get the kind of basic idea that this diagram is a depiction of how this world was made. There's definitely signs of, like, you know, a great sphere being pulled together from different places. Each of these 5 sections encompassed by these 5 sigils is chiseled from a different colour of marble.
Wait, history of how the world was formed?
History of how a Tuma was made. That's about the most you can get, but you still can't figure out, you still don't know what these sigils mean.
And there's 5 of them, right?
5 of them.
All the maps I looked at, I got 2 theories right now. One is like, with the maps I saw had 5 continents in a Tuma?
Can I just finish the description of the door? Because that was asked for, and
right,
then we'll
sorry.
come back to that.
Sorry.
The door itself is made from a red veined marble. The red matches the kind of red stone of the walls here. The red stone that is, you know, famous among autumn. But it is veined. It is veined with these diamond lines. Very much like the rest of the interior of the mountain. The handle itself is like a big turning wheel. And it has these grimy slime, dried in slime, still parts of it are wet and dripping, but on top of it this kind of like dried in dark green crust. It looks almost like a goo that has become solidified, but it's still kind of like semi-transparent. The handle itself is made from like polished wood, one of the few wooden things you've actually seen here in the Autumn Lands, and it is capped on both ends with like plated bronze. Actually I wouldn't even say bronze, I'd say like deep red copper, like as if somebody bled into a vat of copper. And it's incredibly heavy. It's very, very, like, Elion kind of struggles to give it a kind of push, but he can just about get it round. Apparently, you could assume that is like some kind of like crank to trigger the locking mechanism and such. But it doesn't even, without the correct person going and placing a hand on the locking mechanism, which is a circular portion just above where the handle is, the crank handle is, which is shaped for a hand to be placed.
Okay. So getting one of the Primarchs and putting their hand up is an option.
So it would either be Primarch Kojata, or you would assume perhaps Logon. Maybe.
Yeah. But I had another theory about like the symbols thing, like, and this is kind of playing off what I remember like learning from Sheila about like, because you said how the world of Atuma was made, and with
So-
Sheila like finding like the 5 dragons?
Right now, there are.
Is there like a
right
correlation
now,
there?
Right now, there are 4 continents on the world.
Okay, so 4 continents. Got it.
I know.
Okay.
I know you've seen kind of things about in the future where, where Yulna is a continent, but remember, Yulna has not been separated from the mainland yet. So Yulna's not a continent yet.
I wasn't sure if it was 4 or 5 continents because it's been a while since I looked at the map.
There's 4 continents at the moment. 1 to the west, 1
Gotcha.
to the east, and 1 to the south. And then you guys are on the central continent. Nobody that you know of has explored the west, east, or south. They just know that they're there.
Okay. It was a loose thread. I was just trying to remember.
No, absolutely.
Might be connected.
You are correct that Sheila has been given the task of finding 5 dragons. And you know that one of them, who you met, who gave you the name Tinkledeath, she has said that she was there at the dawn of this world's time. So, whether it could represent 5 dragons, whether it represents something else, there's a load of different theories you could have. However, you can't be sure as of yet.
Yeah. In game, I'm matching Sheila's pretty quiet, so won't ask her opinion about it. She's probably contemplating. I was just trying to figure, like, if we could figure something on that thread, but do you think maybe it's worth trying to move one of the Primarchs to bring him up here, or should we just... Because time is of the essence. Otherwise, I think maybe Kestis kind of might be a good idea, at least to just get a basic idea.
Well,
Something's better than nothing.
He brings a valid point in that, one, it's the world's slightest risk in what he's attempting to do, and he's not going to have much time, and we're not going to have any informational asset afterwards.
But what information are we gonna get if he goes in there? We don't even know what was in there to begin with, let alone what's missing.
Which is what I'm saying. If we can either move the Primarchs, or if one of us can dispel the magic on the door, it will be better.
I can move the Primarchs. I don't want any of you touching them. They're contagious.
Didn't you say that
Well-
Logon's grandma might, or Nanny might know too?
She might. She's in the building. I can go find her.
I mean, while we're here, I can try dispelling it. It's a long shot, but we won't have to move anybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, I will attempt to dispel the door.
Okay. At what level are you casting it?
3
Level
is
3
my highest level spell
It's
slot.
not going to be enough, I'm afraid, so I'm going to have to ask you to roll. So it's a d20 plus your charisma modifier. Let's see what you get.
I think you've still got an inspiration too.
I don't know if it can be used on this because it's not technically an
It
ability.
can't.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not really a. Oh, well, actually, wait, hold on. Let me check on that one, just to be sure, right? Just to be sure, because I want to see the wording on it. So you have so first off, let's see College of Creation, just so we can look at
Motive potential.
Yeah, so it's the motive potential, because I know that your bardic inspirations get to go to special things. So, when a creature's bardic die, the mote provides an additional effect based on when the die benefits an ability check, and attack roll or saving throw as detailed below. Oh, right, okay. So, there is actually other rules to your motive potential, but we've been doing it incorrectly.
Ooh.
But, okay, so this actually may come in handy here, okay? This actually might come in handy depending on the wording here. So, let me just bibbidi-bobbidi boop up there and do this. Dispel magic. Also to remind you as well, Elion, and to remind all of you, that because of the roleplay last session, you all have a D10 that can be used on any roll. Right.
Ooh.
Oh! It is, it's an ability check. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. So one, you can use Arya's... so you can use my DM inspiration, which will give you a D10. Or you can use Arya's one, which would give you, I believe at this level, it's a D8.
I believe so, yes.
But with it being a motive potential, here's how that actually works. When you're using it on an ability check, you roll twice and you choose the highest one.
Oh! Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
When the creature uses the Bardic Inspiration die, the mote provides an additional effect based on whether the die benefits an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Ability check. When the creature rolls the Bardic Inspiration die to add to an ability check, the creature can roll the Bardic Inspiration die again and choose which roll to use.
Good to know.
So, Elion.
Mechanics.
Go for it. Roll that d20 and tell me what you get.
I rolled a 13.
Uh-huh.
And then rolling 2d8 for the inspiration, I rolled a 6, which would make my skill check a 24. Because it'd be 19 plus 5.
Yep. So, Elion, with this inspiration coming from Arya, you hold out your hand, calling to whatever the power that you now channel comes from, which you've still to figure it out. And you gesture towards the door. And I don't know if this is the way you looked at it. Your magic before was quite bright, quite burning, but also with the kind of paladin-esque holy light to it. As you probably, I don't know if you've seen your image, I kept the original colour of your magic, but added black in as if it, like, the light is dying. So there's this, like, spark of light and then this, like, washing out of darkness. And you watch as, it's not like your previous magic where it would spread like righteous flame, it spreads like a creeping moss. But you can actually see the magic of the door's protection glisten up, and you can see your dispel magic crack it. And you see it start to fracture off. As that is going to be enough, it was a 9th level glyph of warding on this door. And you were able to dispel it. As that happens and the protective magic falls, you see these segments pop out, each one a little bit further. And when they fall inside of each other, so it's like, they pop out and then as they move round, they move like this. Until they're all stacked up, essentially. And then the door moves in and splits to reveal the actual door behind it, which is where the crank handle comes in. You see the crank handle can now be activated. It is an athletics check to activate it, as you're not an automeladron. Or, I guess Sheila's there, so Sheila can do it.
Well, damn.
Sheila will walk up this and Sheila will be able to... well, actually, wait, hold on. I don't know if Sheila would, because it's covered in goop.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yay! Reverie, make that athletics check.
We already know she buffed.
Listen, let's be real about it. Reverie's fucking hench.
Yeah.
Listen, Reverie, learning doctorness, you have to carry around them big automeladron all the time. She ripped.
Reverie's jacked.
Love it.
What's that athletics check, Reverie?
17.
Oh, hell yeah. 17's gonna do it, no problem. But you do it like where you have to, because of your height, so you move the bottom half and shove it so that it goes round in the bottom half, it comes down, and you just basically twirl it like that. And then once that has been once that's been spun enough, it like catches, and then it catches vertical on its own, comes back to horizontal, and it slides up to reveal a short tunnel about 15 feet in and a door at the end.
Sometimes I've surprised myself of how good at this I am.
I like to think it was a team effort.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just gonna start walking. I'm not. Investing in Ellion's shenanigans.
As I walk past, I'll just tap Kesselise on the chest. I'll teach you a few things when we come back out. Be fine.
He nods like, yeah, cool, I got you. That sounds good. I'm up for that.
Arya take like a big gulp and a deep breath, and because she doesn't want to leave her friends alone with whatever might be in there, and shakily follow after. How wide is it again?
So it's 15 foot long and about 5 foot wide.
Okay. So a bit cramped.
Yes.
Yeah. Just taking deep breaths and following after her friends. Is it dark in there, or?
No, I mean, the tunnel, the 15-foot corridor is dim. The door at the end, you don't know if it's dark inside.
Okay.
Would you mind if I talking to? Would you mind if I do one last thing before we walk into another doorway? I'm gonna just kind of place my hand against the door, and I will cast Detect Evil and Good.
Okay, can you read me out what that spell does? I'm not 100%.
For the duration, which is up to 10 minutes, you know the location of any aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of me.
Okay.
That's a good idea, actually.
So,
would it be alright if I...
Sorry, Arya, just give me a moment. So just remind me of the creature types there again, please.
Aberration,
right.
Celestial, elemental,
right.
fey, fiend, or undead.
Okay. You can detect that there is an elemental.
There's a thing in there. Well, in the room past the door.
A specific kind of thing?
It's an old thing. It's
okay.
Fire and water and lightning and brimstone and stone.
I think I've got something that can help with that then. Arya will pluck a chord on her string and of her violin, and I'll cast Protection from Evil and Good.
There you go.
And I think that works on... Sorry, I'm still getting used to... I'm still getting used to cleric spells. That is a... Oh, that's a touch spell. A concentration up to 10 minutes. Wonder... Is there like a spell that does that, like a radius kind of thing? Like...
You can... I think with the protection you might be able to cast it with a higher spell slot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you're only 2 levels in cleric, right?
Yeah, you also can't. The spell doesn't let you either.
Oh, okay.
So one thing to remember, Arya, is that when you are casting specifically spells you get from your cleric levels, you can only use cleric spell slots on it.
Right, forgot about that. Okay. Got you. Well, how many of us are going in? Because I might have enough spell slots for each of us.
Well, it's concentration, so you can only do it to one person at a time.
Got you.
It's cool. We'll just beat it up.
I'll just cast it on myself then. You little selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Just casting it on yourself? Okay. So you cast it upon yourself. Is there any other preparations that the rest of the party would like to take?
No? Who wants to go in first?
Me.
Oh wait, I do have something that could be good for all of us.
Okay.
But Could I use Emboldening Bond?
What does that do?
As an action, you choose up to 4 willing creatures within 30 feet of you, creating a magical bond around them for 10 minutes, or until you use this feature again after a long rest. While a bonded creature is within 30 feet of another, once per turn, they can roll a d4 and add it to attack roll, ability check, or saving throw they make.
I don't see why not.
All right, how many of us are going in? I know Kieran's here with us too, right? And Kesselis?
Kieran is going in with you. Kesselis has not said if he is or not, but if Reverie is going in, Kesselis will go in.
All right, then.
So 7. Oh no,
okay.
6.
All right. Well, I already cast protection from good and evil on myself, so let's see. I cast a bless on Kesselis, on I think Reverie and Kieran, right?
But bless would now be gone because it's also concentration.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm still getting used to cleric spells.
No, you're good. But bless only lasts a minute anyway.
True. Okay, so trying to think. I've got the protection one, so I'll skip myself. That would make Reverie, Kesselis, Kieran, Elion. 4. I would do Sheila too, but so I'll cast Emboldening Bond on my 4 friends.
Okay. So they all have Emboldening Bond
Sheila's
on
not.
them now?
Yeah, Sheila's not.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, don't worry. I don't think she's going to get offended. Alright? So.
Alright.
So that's what Arya does. Reverie, is there anything that you want to do?
Nope. I'm gonna go through that door first. That's my only thing.
Okay. So Reverie, whenever you want to open the door.
Yep.
So Reverie, you move forward and you push this door. And it's the sound of that stone grating against the stone floor. And inside this vault, as it's pushed open, there is buckets of gemstones. Okay? Because remember, monetary trade is only a realistically new thing, like trading with currency. And when I say currency, it's still like hack currency. And what hack currency is basically, you know, they would melt down gold into, you know, like long rods, and then they would cut segments off, and that would be like, this segment is worth whatever equivalent, and you would use that. And that's how it eventually came to coins. But some places still hold how their wealth was originally made, and in the Autumn Lands, theirs is in gems. So there's buckets of gems here, and there's a couple of plinths where there was, you know, where you can see items there. None of them appear to be missing. At the but as this door is opened, and as you all step into it, there is a sound that can be heard. It's like a heartbeat. But like a heartbeat if that heart was encrusted in rock. And it's slow. It's not like a boop, 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 boop. It's like a beat, a handful of seconds. Another beat, handful of seconds, and another beat. It's a fairly slow heartbeat. And it seems to be coming from the end of this room.
How big is this room?
The room is not massive. Talking maybe a 20-foot ceiling, 30-foot long, 20-foot wide room.
Okay,
Standard bank vault size.
All right, and is it light or dark?
At the kind of beginnings of it, it's dimly lit, but as it goes to the full length of it, you're talking 30 foot. You can't really see the back wall.
Even with my 600 feet of dark vision?
Oh, well, hold on a minute. If you've got dark vision, then yeah, you can see that there's
or 300 feet?
There's not, but I mean, whatever foot you've got, if you've got beyond 30 foot in dark vision, there is no wall at the back. It goes out into like a massive cavern.
Okay. And nothing's missing from the room that we're in.
Nope.
Yay. Yep. Is the cavern super dark?
Yeah, very, very dark.
Alright, I guess I'm just gonna start walking slowly to that cavern wall, but as I go to step, in time with that heartbeat, I'm gonna use my Eyes of Night and share my 300 feet of dark vision with Ellie and Arya and Kesselis.
So you all now have access to Reverie's dark vision. Now, you'll all see this back cavern as well, the cavern that this room opens up into. You see Reverie approaching it. Reverie, Kiernan is never far behind you, especially in areas where they don't know. Kesselis kind of moves into like kind of the middle of the room and stays there. Now you're moving towards the back of the room. What about Elion and Arya?
Well, if I detected the elemental through the door, can I detect where it is within the 30-foot radius?
You absolutely can, because it tells you the location. That's what your spell said, right? Yeah. From what this is telling you, the room is the elemental.
That is unbearably creepy.
Could I possibly try to like pick out where that heartbeat rhythm is coming from?
You absolutely can. That would be an active perception check.
Okay. Could I advocate for advantage since this is a sound thing and she's got good hearing? And plus, if it's like a heartbeat rhythm, Arya specifically pays attention to those for her music.
One, it's not a heartbeat like you've ever heard before. Number two, you're in a massive cavern, so it's echoing. So the fact I'm not giving you disadvantage is me taking into consideration Arya's ear.
Fair enough. Just had to ask. You said that was perception?
Yes, perception. Specifically focused on your hearing.
And just a very quick question while Khadijah's rolling.
Of course.
If I step forward, does it keep is it this specific room?
It keeps expanding out.
That's really creepy. Okay.
Okay, so that was a 16 plus 5.
16 plus 5, so a 21.
Mm-hmm.
The heartbeat is definitely coming from that cavern.
Alright. Thank goodness you have Eyes of Night. Because if it was too dark to see, I would be terrified to even move closer. Just gonna like kind of following like Reverie's footsteps, like match that tempo of like that heartbeat to her footsteps. Like very on the balls of her feet, dancer steps.
Okay.
As they go to move forward, Rev, you're leading, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, you know, I said there was that like old fire or stone thing, right? It's like the whole expanse is one being. And I don't know what that means.
Are you saying this cabin is
Alive. Theoretically. There is also the slight possibility, I think, that it could be just influenced by something, but the heartbeat tells me otherwise.
Yeah.
So for your safety, I am going to kind of chuck a little black stone towards you to catch.
I will catch it.
Just do me a favor. Just say fetch.
Okay.
Oh, I think I know what this is.
Are you summoning the boy?
The fluffy boy?
Yeah, I'll toss the stone and say fetch.
You toss the stone, you yell fetch. Elon, am I right in saying that fetch is your word?
Command word, yeah.
Yeah. So you shout fetch.
I love that.
Midway through the air, this stone expands into this. Like, I described it before. Slight callback to Dragon Age. I described this thing as being like a Mabari. Okay, like imagine like a pit bull, but like the size of a Great Dane. That's what these dogs look like. They are muscle-bound, eternally loyal doggos. They are the best dogs in the world. I wish I could have a real-life Mabari. And this Mabari, woof! And because of how this thing is made of obsidian, it falls.
And just for reference, for physical stat block, he lost 6 hours. He has an intelligence of an 8 and can speak common.
Yep.
And he can see all invisible creatures and objects within 60 feet.
There's no sound of him hitting the ground. What? What's up?
I was just going to, this is Vigilance. He's the present from my sister.
You introduced us to him before.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna
That's
give him
true.
scritches.
Polaris liked him.
You got to give him scratches, and you can't because he's not fluffy. He is made of obsidian.
It's okay. All doggos like scritches behind the ears.
This doggo is an elemental. It doesn't. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Is it an elemental or is it a construct?
Doesn't say. So I guess that's your discretion.
Let me have a look.
Either way, he's a good boy and deserves scritches.
He just says the onyx statue of a dog can become a mastiff for up to 6 hours. That's all it says.
Oh, okay, so it's not made of stone, it's an actual mastiff. Okay, cool. It becomes an actual mastiff then. So yeah, it can
So
actually
he is a
enjoy
pretty boy.
scritches. It can actually enjoy scritches. You may have your scritches.
60 again.
Vigilance is going to look to you, Elion. Waiting for his order.
The small one would like to lead charge. I don't want anything jumping her. Understand?
Looks back at you and nods. And then
Good
moves
boy.
over to you, Reverie. Does not move from your side. Just to point out, Reverie, just in case it's ever came across your mind, as you are small, you can ride this creature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
'Cause he is
remember in one
medium.
session you said he was like right, like I barely reached his height.
I'm so excited. I'm gonna look over to Vigilance and just go, hello again.
It nods. But in that kind of like dog nod where it kind of like also shakes its head as it nods.
Just a little behind the ear scritching as I continue on. Towards the door to hall, cavern.
You make your way back, and then it's as you get to the back of the cavern that you can see down into its depths. There's like a staircase carved into the side, which from just the front door, barely perceptible. Any common thief that broke in here would never see this. But as you've came right to the edge of the cavern, you can see it. A very slim, narrow staircase, like side by side, not possible. You're going down in a line. And at the bottom of this darkness, you can see a mote of light. And you can also hear, alongside this heartbeat, the sound of like watery echo. Like, you know the sound of an echo in a cave, and then the sound of an echo in a cave which has a pool in it or has water in it? They sound different.
Mm-hmm.
It's the kind of echo that suggests there's water here.
Okay. And it's still dim light?
The cavern is pitch black, except for this pool, which seems to have a faint glow to it.
Okay.
It's only because of this glow coming from it that you can tell. I guess I say that. It could not be a pool. I'm just saying because of the size you can see here, you would assume it's maybe some kind of pool. You can see rocks kind of around it. But I mean, it could be a lake. It could be just a small stagnant pool in here.
I do have the light cantrip, if that helps.
I mean, we can see in darkness as if it's dim light, if I remember correctly, because of my 300 feet of dark vision.
So dark vision does let you see, as if it was dim light, but it also only lets you see in grayscale. Doesn't show you colour.
I do also have my ghost lantern, so that adds a little.
You do indeed have your ghost lantern.
I could do the light cantrip if that helps.
That's up to yourself to choose, Arya.
Yeah, Arya's gonna take a deep breath and kind of cast light on. Does it have to be on a certain object to work, or can it just be like a little ball?
No, it has to be. I believe it has to be on an object.
Yeah, I think dancing lights is the little balls.
Ah, got you. So she'll cast it on her violin bow, almost like brandishing it like a torch in the dark.
Okay.
I am gonna lean down to vigilance and point him in the direction of the stairs as well as Kiernan.
Mm-hmm.
And then I am simply going to step off the edge. Not where the stairs are, and I'm going to use my steps of night.
You step off the edge, and you are walking out on open space. To the rest of you, are you guys taking the staircase down?
You said the staircase is narrow, right?
Yes, very narrow.
And dark?
I mean, you've got the light cantrip now, so it's not really dark for you.
True, but it's narrow. Arya doesn't see small spaces. She's gonna click her heels and activate her winged boots.
Okay.
Last thing we need right now is a panic attack.
Elion, how do you intend to go down?
I'm taking the stairs.
You're taking
the stairs.
Taking the stairs.
Elian said, I can't fly.
I don't know why I said I'm taking the stairs the way, that woman says I'm taking the dog.
I can theoretically jump and Misty Step superhero landing down. I'm just not wasting.
Thing too?
Yeah, I can also just fly, but I'm not wasting my time on stairs. It's stairs. I'll take the stairs. Then I'm going to get Indiana Jones' giant rolling board.
Don't give him any ideas.
No, they just start doing that thing that the Jack and Daxter platform games would do, where the steps just start going in, like jutting out for a couple of seconds, then going back in, then jutting out.
Or just or they just flatten and it turns into a slide.
That's what happens. Yellow steps, it's just whee. That is my favourite noise to make. Not like a prolonged whee, but like a whee. I love that noise. Just whee. Okay, so Elion. You're making your way down the stairs. Cool. And it takes you about 10 minutes. It's going to take you about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Reverie and Arya, as you guys are moving down, Elion, you're not alone. You have Kiernan. Kesselis does not come down with you guys. Kesselis stands up at the top, just kind of observing Reverie. You can watch his gaze. He's watching Reverie. But Reverie and Arya, you guys end up going down a good bit. You're talking a good 450 feet down. And that like this cavern, you can definitely tell you are underground at this point. Like, the floor you were on, even taking into consideration, you know, if you were to take, you know, if you were to take like 15 feet for every story, the story you were on would be less than 100 feet. Like the floor you'd be on, and you guys have essentially went 350 feet below the surface of the earth. But at about the 450 feet mark, because of Arya's light cantrip, you can see that it's not a lake, but it is water. To you, Arya, it's maybe about knee deep. Reverie, you're talking probably about chest deep to you.
Does it look like there's anything swimming in it, or is it like still water?
It looks like as if, like, I'm not saying this is what it is that's happened, but I'm using it as a way of like describing it. It's as if this room used to be filled with water, and then somebody's put a hole in just where your knee is, so all the water up to your knee has drawn out. But this is left.
By any chance, does it give off the similar herbal smell that the hot spring, the healing springs gave off?
No, it does not.
And there's a light from within it, correct?
There's a light that you can now see where it's coming from. But you are correct in that there is a section of it which does seem to be glowing.
I want to dive in then.
What?
I said I want to dive in it.
Okay. Are you actually moving towards it?
Yeah, I'm at least going to investigate it.
Okay.
Before I jump in.
The moment you've touched down on the ground and, you know, both of you are walking, there's a faint kind of sound, and Kesselis is next to you because he dimension doored. And
Smart.
I just want to point out, outside of game, right? You can take someone of the same size with you,
Oh!
I know.
and he just didn't because he's a prick.
Because
I
you started
forgot that
walking, he was watching to... Well, one, here's why. He didn't know how deep it was. He was standing to wait and see how far that Reverie would go. What's he going to turn and say to
Clever
you,
boy.
by the way, I know you're halfway down, but you should walk for 5 minutes back up here so I can teleport you. Like,
Yes,
but...
you should have been nice.
No,
I
you
forgot I
made
had
your
that spell
choice.
too, but
Uber Kesselis.
You,
I'm glad I didn't waste a spell slot though.
you know Kesselis be doing the magics. Like, you could have stayed and waited. That was a you
Also,
decision.
It makes perfect sense for Kess too, because like he's a length, like he probably would have gotten winded on those stairs. Let's be real.
I mean, let's be 100% honest. He might be a blade singer, but he's still a wizard. This motherfucker can die from the cold.
I could have carried him down, but I think that would have embarrassed
If
him.
Kesselis gets a bad fever, it's game over. Like, Kesselis once caught a sniffle. Once, and then he died. But yeah, so you guys are now, you're at the bottom. Elion, by the time they get down there, and Kesselis pops down, it's about 5 minutes. So you still get like 5 minutes of coming down these stairs to go. Keranin is behind you as well, like, just huffing, not from like the effort, but more from the boredom of going downstairs.
Yeah, I'm there, buddy.
He's like, I swear, when we get out of here, I'm gonna learn how to fly.
See, I thought
nicely Sheila would give you a ride on her back when she polymorphs.
kind of look over my shoulder. See, I thought about it, but then I realised my swords would only let me fly 30 feet, and then I'd meet a rather grisly fall.
Well, that's all well and good, right? But at least you've got some form of flight. I have an axe boomerang. That is
Yeah,
it.
but those guys can't hit like we can. You know?
That's fair. That's fair.
They're not chopping a tree down in one hit.
Kieran kind of like, does that whole kind of like, yeah, you know what, you got a point on that one. He starts like, stretching out his arms.
Also, we deserve a little bit of time off. We survived a bomb from 3 feet away.
I feel like you're happier about that than I am.
Oh God, yeah.
I'm glad I survived, but still not overly enthused about a bomb blowing up.
I'm telling my great-great-grandchildren.
While we're on the subject, I don't think I thanked you.
For what?
When that bomb went off and the top of the building shifted, I missed what I was grabbing for.
I didn't.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying thanks. If you weren't there, well, I wouldn't be here.
But I was there.
You're shit at taking thanks, you know that?
Kiernan, it's my job.
No, it's not. It's not your job. It's a duty that you've accepted, but that doesn't mean I don't get to thank you for it.
What would you like me to say? It was a reflex. It wasn't.
Oh, there was me thinking you'd done it because we were friends.
Are we?
The joke here is that Ellie's secretly in love.
Kieran's going to kind of like stop for a little second and be like, well, I kind of thought we were.
No, I think we are.
Well, then good.
I seem to be in short supply. I don't assume.
Only half of that statement is correct.
What?
You're short.
You're dumb.
I might be dumb, but I'm tall.
I'm starting to wish I'd flown and fall.
The point is, you saved my life, and I owe you for
I did.
that. And
Yes, you do.
I'm not going to forget about it.
Better not. I won't let you.
Good.
Good.
Right now, fucking move, because I can't go by you.
Excuse me, I'm making way for my dog. I thought you'd be a bit more sensitive
Your
to
dog is a
animals.
pebble.
My dog is portable. That's fucking awesome.
Okay.
Also, he can understand and talk shit, so you might want to watch your mouth.
Okay. My axe, if I throw it, will come back. Your dog, if I throw it, will not.
That's just rude. Why are you throwing my dog?
Because you're not moving, therefore we can't get to the bottom. And
Okay,
therefore,
fucking-
I need like an Elion and Kiernan buddy cop movie.
I might make a compilation.
Where like Kiernan is like Riggs and like Elion is like, I'm getting too old for this shit.
The carry on romance compilation.
And we need
Carry on my
yeah, I was about to say we need Kiernan and Elion like Winchester brother moments. Oh my god,
yeah.
one of them is actually taller than the other one as well.
Wait, would that make Cassie's Castiel?
No. If we're doing supernatural things, Kesselis is absolutely 100%. Oh fuck, what's her name? The character that Felicity played.
Wasn't super into.
The redhead.
I know.
Oh, Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kesselis is Charlie.
Oh, I liked Charlie.
Anyway.
Alright.
You guys, you and Kiernan and the dog eventually get back to moving. Reverie and Arya, as they get to the bottom of the stairs, you guys will reach this glowing portion of this pool. And you will see here that when I say pool, it is actually a pool. Because you get to a point where Reverie, for you, mostly, well actually I guess, nah, I'm not going to be that cruel. Reverie, as you're walking, you feel your foot begin to go a little bit deeper than other steps, and you kind of pull back a bit as it does eventually go into being next to like the cavern wall. it goes into being deeper water. The glowing portion of this, when you were up there, didn't look so large. But now that you're here, it's a good open expanse of about 50 feet before the cavern wall. And by the sounds of it, this water, if you were to swim in and go under the wall, if you were able to hold your breath for long enough and get to the other side, no matter how far away that might be, because you can't see from here, there would be a space beyond this.
Where's Sheila with her breathe underwater spell?
And when you guys are standing here, the heartbeat is incredibly loud.
But there's nothing to tell where the glow is coming from. It's just the water in general.
Seems to be natural crystal structure coming from underneath.
Okay.
To reiterate, you can see the bottom. You just can't step on the bottom. It's a good 20 or 30 feet down.
Do you think if we go any further, we're actually going to find out what was in this safe that I was protecting, or are we just going to get ourselves into deeper trouble and lose more time?
And we can just send one of us to do a sneaky peek.
Hey, Cass, do you still have that spell where you can summon a familiar? Maybe you can make something that's aquatic and set it after?
The familiar that I have is kind of set. It doesn't, I don't cast it and then, oh, today I fancy a small fish. My familiar is Snowdrop.
Oh, cute. Bit of a spell design flaw, but
it would involve me.
It's worth it, yeah.
It would involve me dispelling Snowdrop and summoning a whole new familiar, but I'm rather attached to Snowdrop, so.
Yeah, no, don't do that. He's really, really cute. Okay.
Can I try something?
You certainly can.
Can I cast Reduce on myself?
Uh-huh.
And then jump in the water.
You cast Reducing yourself and you just immediately descend under the water.
Yeah. And just kind of like step into the water. And then can I cast Destroy Water as I like go through into the tunnel to keep myself breathing for a split second when I need to? Okay,
so I don't think it would work the way that you're thinking of. So if I'm getting it correctly, you would go in, right? Now, like I said, at the point at the edge of this pool that you're standing, it goes into a cliff, like almost like a cracked cliff face, 20 or 30 feet down. Okay, then from swimming out 50 feet, you meet the cavern wall. The water continues through a crack in the cavern wall, but you can't see how far it is. So if I'm right in thinking this, you're thinking about going in there, swimming forward and casting this spell and destroying the water. And then moving forward, casting it again, moving forward, cast it again, move forward, cast it again.
Just like destroying the water at the surface level to be able to breathe when I need to swim through the crack. To see where the water's coming from.
I think it's the crack anyways.
So the crack is definitely big enough to swim through. It's just the fact that because the actual part of it that you can fit through is beneath the surface of the water, you can't see through it. So for all you know, that the passage into this other space, if there is another space behind there, could be miles long, or it could be, 2 feet. You can't see from here. You would have to go in the water, swim to the bottom, to be able to see.
Reverie, for all we know, that could lead out to, a crack in the mountain and you fall out of a waterfall into the other side of who knows where.
Well, I can fly, so falling isn't necessary. It's not really flight.
Yeah, it's getting back to us. That's the problem. That worries me. If that's the case.
At this point, Elion, Kiernan, and the dog can be here now. They catch up with you. Kiernan is going to walk over and like punch Kesselis on the arm. Not like a... He's going to look at him kind of like a... I don't want to actually kill you, so we'll give you 40% power. And jabs him in the shoulder. It's like, that's for not taking one of us down with you. Kessler's just kind of like... Like, you know, that kind of wordless, like... Then Kiernan will look to you both, like, so, what have we got? What are we dealing with?
Crack in the wall, water going down, don't know where the hell it goes. For all we know, it could go to one of the 9 hells, and I don't know if we'd be able to swim our way back up. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to find out what was taken from here or not, or if it's still in here.
I would like to not go through there. I can't swim.
Well, if you want, I could teach you sometime.
I have absolutely no pleasure or want to learn how to swim. There are things that exist in the sea that should not exist anywhere else, and the thing that is protecting me from them is the fact that I don't swim. So
I thought you were a tall, brave man.
Well, I can at least teach you how to float on your back, so if we ever end up in a situation where there's water, you won't drown.
I will never... If we end up in a situation where there is water deep enough for me to drown, that means there's something that can live in that water, at which point I'd rather drown. My exact feelings about deep water, by the way. Right?
The fact that we know more about space than we do about the deep sea that's on our actual planet says a lot.
Thalassophobia runs deep in my veins.
And yet you have a whole entire underwater campaign.
My ancestors built boats designed to sail over the seas. They didn't invent the submarines. Okay.
Right.
Fair enough. But yeah, that's why I'm trying to convince Reverie not to like go through the crack, at least not by herself. Because again, we don't know what to be on the other side. And if this whole cabin is alive, like you said, Elle, who knows? For all we know, it could be leading into its stomach or something.
Why are we... If Reverie's the only one capable of going in and out easily, we should send them on their own.
But the point I'm trying to make is we don't know what's on the other side. It could be like a crack into like a waterfall on the opposite side of the mountains into who knows where. And even if she can fly, how's she going to get back up to us in here?
There's a waterfall right there, so there two wouldn't make sense.
I have a spell that can bore a hole through a wall. The spell is strong enough to go about 20 feet. If it's further than 20 feet, that'll at least tell us that. You would be able to remember that that's the spell that he used before to create like a tunnel through the rock.
Yeah.
But if this thing is alive, one, is that even going to work? And two, wouldn't that cause it injury and then, I don't know, make it act up?
Oh no, it doesn't destroy the part of it. It just creates a space that you can move through. After the spell is dropped, it would disappear and the wall would be completely as we left it.
Just don't like the idea of you going by yourself.
Why don't I cast the spell and it'll at least show us if there is another side?
That's a good idea. Know what we're getting ourselves into first.
Okay. In that case, Kesselis will go over to the wall. So he'll walk around the edge of this pool port to get to a point where he can touch the wall. Goes over, he puts his hand on the wall, and I'm just pulling up the spell just now because I can't for the life of me remember the name of it.
Pass through stone?
No, it's not. I don't think it's that. It is...
Is it stone shape?
Pass wall. It's pass wall. Yep. 5 feet wide, 8 feet tall, 20 feet deep. So he puts his hand on it and he casts it. Does anybody go with him to the wall, or are you leaving him just to go and report back what he sees?
No, I go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't like the idea of splitting up too much.
Okay. Elion, you follow around?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm trying not to act like I am, but I'm keeping an eye on Kiernan as we get closer to water.
Okay. Kieran makes an active point of staying away from the water. Like while you guys walk around the edge, he like walks away 10 feet and then walks around the edge. Kesselis gets here, he puts his hand on it and he casts his pass wall. And as this tunnel opens, you guys can see, like, almost as if it's crouched down looking in. At the other end, taking up almost the entire tunnel, is a large eye.
Gross.
But it's an eye that is made of, like, geode, clustered gemstone. You can notice the kind of chiseled grey of like slate rock. You say like whoa, and you hear this whoa.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's stop talking to the giant evil cavern eye, okay? Just
Well, we
cut
don't know if it's evil.
Can I try and talk to it in primordial?
You can.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
You
so
got
excited.
primordial?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so cool.
So what do you say to it in primordial?
I'm going to kind of lean forward, and in primordial, I'm going to say, "What's your name?"
As you speak to it in primordial, it like you hear the sound of, now that an actual hole has been formed. So this hole is open for an hour. You hear the sound of something heavy getting up, and then, to reiterate, it does not break the wall, but you see a hand come out of the wall, and then another hand, and a body, and a head, and then it pulls itself through the wall as if the wall was not there. But you know the wall is there, because Kesselis has walked over and touched a solid wall. And you can see Kesselis. So this thing is, I would go so far as to say that it's maybe, like, going back to like old 2nd edition when you had like other height classes, this thing is bigger than Gargantuan. It's not the tallest thing, but it is easily colossal in size, which was the size class above Gargantuan.
So is it like bigger than the frost giants, or like, or
Oh my
Death?
god, this thing dwarfs the frost giants.
Damn.
The
Actually,
frost
speaking of frost
giants,
giants.
the frost giants are up to about the middle of this thing's shin.
Yeah,
Damn.
when we're talking, you ever seen Clash of the Titans?
Yeah, I've seen this.
We're
It's
talking
been a while,
like
but
we're talking like
So that would be actually the highest size class, which is Titanic.
oh there we
But
go.
but colossal, you're talking like if you've ever seen like kaiju films.
oh, okay, yeah,
Pacific
I got you.
Rim.
Like if you're like, so yeah, for instance, Pacific Rim, the size of like Gypsy Danger. That's
Got
about the
you.
size of this thing.
Okay.
This thing can
Okay,
easily
wow.
pick up all of you and put you on its shoulder and walk. Like it is.
This is
Whoa.
my new
Colossal.
body.
And as it steps,
Actually, I'm thinking of.
go ahead.
Sorry. Well, because like that made me think of the frost giants. So could I cast comprehend language? I won't be able to speak to it, but I can at least understand what it's saying.
Yeah, you can certainly do that if you want to.
Sweetness.
But it comes
I gotta learn
through,
this one.
and this thing is made of all different types of stone. You know, there's slate grey, there's this red stone. One of its fingers, or one of the segments of his fingers, seems to be pure, like, copper ore. Like, it is made up of all kinds of mishmash. Its eyes are the only constant, and they are bright geodes. In the centre of its chest, you can see a light, and you can also tell that's where the heartbeat's coming from. And it's going to come and crouch right down, so it's almost doing like the Slav squat. And even by that thing, Reverie, when it does that and it looks over at you, it's still like you can still barely reach its ankle. Like, this thing is fucking humongous. You speak to it in Primordial, and you ask it its name, and it speaks very slow, and it says, Tu Ma.
Atuma?
God. I'm gonna use my steps of night again to like rise just a little bit, so that way he doesn't have to like bend his neck.
You rise up, and you rise a good, like, at the point that it's crouched over, you're probably talking a good 100 feet in the air to get it to be able to squat, but with a straight back.
Can I follow along on my boots?
Yeah, you certainly can. Kesselis is going to look at Elion and Kiernan and go, that is dreadfully unfair.
It's okay. Kiernan's tall.
Hold on, I need to roll and see if Kiernan's going to pick him for that.
This joke is gonna last forever.
I'm loving the buddy comedy side bits going on.
Kiernan does not punch you, but there's definitely one of those like narrowed eye looks at you.
Learned that from Sheila.
Sorry?
I'm guessing you learned that look from Sheila.
Definitely learned that from Sheila. 100%. I'm trying to see if Kesselis has anything. I haven't looked at the spells he's got in quite some time, so he might actually have some. He does! Can he upcast that?
He actually specifically has kill a Tumen Titan. It's crazy.
Bill, he hasn't done anything to us yet. He could be friendly. Look at this thing. It's
Imagine it's like a video game. We managed to kill.
He has a spell simply called Destroy a Tuma.
Yeah.
Just blow up the world.
But could you imagine it's like a Minecraft world or something? We would kill this Titan and the world literally just despawns.
Okay, so he actually does have something he can use. Kesselis has floating disc.
Ooh, nice.
So Kesselis is going to kind of look around and go, it's going to be a tight squeeze, and we might have to leave the dock, but I can get us up there if you want.
I'll be on the ground.
Okay, Kiernan, do you want to go up? Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah, 100%. You're not coming.
I'm not leaving Vigilance on his own.
What if I carry the dog?
Let's just say I prefer lower altitudes.
I'm going to make an insight check. I know what you're hinting at, but I'm making an insight check to see if Kiernan will.
Elion loves heights about as much as Arya loves small dark spaces.
I need Kiernan to not get it, and then I need Kesselis to immediately point it out.
Kiernan doesn't get it because he rolled a 6. Oh, somebody sent something. Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, guys. Sorry, we didn't realise anybody had popped in. Hi there. If you're watching us on TikTok, hello. Thank you very much. I didn't realise people were coming in. I don't have my glasses on, so I couldn't see. Oh, somebody sent a rose. Thank you very much for sending the rose. You don't have to do that. We're just here to, so people can see. But thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Right. So, where was I? Yeah, okay, so he's going to cast Floating Disc. And the disc will rise up with him and Kiernan standing on it. So it raises up and brings them to the same height as you and Arya. Now, you've got the name of this creature. Is there anything else that you would like to ask it?
Yes. In Primordial, I will continue and go. Atuma, you can call me Reverie.
Okay. So
Is all of this you? And kind of gestures around the cavern.
it looks around. I'm going to have to roll to see if I can kind of understand what it is that you're referencing. Okay, natural 20. It kind of looks around at where you gesture and it points and then does like a big circle and then points to itself. It is confirming what you've asked. It's saying that, you know, everything here is it.
Can you tell him for me that I think he's beautiful? Like, look at him, he's magnificent.
Yeah. Tuma, my friend wants you to know that you're very beautiful.
So Atuma's face doesn't look like a standard face. It has a mouth, so to speak, and eyes. It doesn't have like the features of like a nose or anything. It's an elemental. It doesn't have the necessity for a nose and things like that. But when you say that, it smiles, and inside its mouth you can see its teeth are clusters of like diamond veins, and it literally has a glittering smile. And when you say that, it pats its chest, and then it's going to put out its hand, and you're going to watch as this rock comes from its hand, and the rock that it comes from its hand has this. I'm just pulling up an image of it just to make sure I get the right the right coloration of it.
I'm making besties.
Here we go.
Making besties wherever you go. I've gotta learn tongue spell at some point.
The gemstone that comes up out of this growth in its hand is like a bright lime green. If you want to attempt a nature check, you can. I don't know if you're familiar with rocks.
I'll give it a try. Why not? I'll go. That was a 8 plus, so just a 10.
Yeah, you can't tell what type of rock it is.
But I know it is a rock.
It's definitely
a
a
nice
rock.
Looking rock. It's a pretty rock.
Very pretty rock. Anybody that can see the rock can also make the check.
I'll make it.
Nature check, please.
I assume I can't see the rock.
Yeah, all you see is it putting its hand out. That's it.
Even with my light cantrip still up?
Well, I'm like
it's more the size,
hundreds of feet down.
and he's 100 feet below you guys.
Oh right, I forgot you stayed on the ground.
Yeah.
Because you were afraid to hide.
No.
18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. With an 18, you know what type of rock it is. It's peridot, or peridot, however you want to pronounce it. However, with an 18, I keep forgetting you are an autumn fairy. So, and you spent 600 years there, so you would have a kind of basic knowledge. Peridot is a stone which is often attached to the idea of friendship. But
In my hand.
it's not handing you like a little thing. It's made like a whole fucking cluster of it. like the peridot is a vein inside of a giant boulder. But to this thing, that's like a small pebble on its hand. It's just made this as if like, here, take this.
That's perfect. Can I touch it, and then I'll use a spell slot to do it, cast reduce on it, so that way it's more manageable to grab?
So this spherical boulder, you cast reduce on it, and it's now about about the size of like a dodgeball.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And then can I put my hand over his and grow like the largest sunflower I can conceivably come up with?
Hand on his, and you like druidcraft at 9th level to grow a sunflower. It raises up and it sprouts, and I mean, to this thing's size, it is like it's like this.
It's a ring. It's a flower ring.
I mean, I guess it could go like that if you would like it to reverberate your druidcraft here.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll give him a little ring of friendship.
So it winds its way around his finger, and he kind of looks at it, and his smile goes wide.
I can't make anything, but can I play a song for it?
You could do that.
I'm gonna just play something very earthy, but like just eeks of like friendship, and just like it's very warm kind of sound.
Okay. When he hears that, his smile remains very wide. And he does seem kind of like move slightly with it, but you get the idea that he's very careful with his movements, because if he sways too much one side, he can just like take out like a foundation, and then like everything above him just collapses.
Oh, he's considerate. I like Atuma very much.
Is there anything else you would like to ask Atuma?
Yes. I'm going to, when the aria is done, so that way Tuma can enjoy the music. I'm gonna kind of lean a little forward and go, Tuma, do you know who comes and goes from here?
Atuma will nod.
There were people
with a sound like an avalanche.
There were people in here earlier tonight, strangers. Do you know what they took?
You see Atuma's head kind of like come back a little bit, and he and he's going to kind of like nod, and he's going to reach down, and he's going to take, like, as if it's attached to him, and when he pulls it up, it's like, to describe the size, it's like, you know how in Skyrim the dragon walls?
Mm-hmm.
It's the size of that, like a tablet, and he takes it and holds it out.
Does it have writing on it?
It does, yes.
I've still got Comprehend Languages up. Could I try and touch the surface and see what it says?
Is that for languages you can read as well?
Yeah. It doesn't tell me what the language is, but as long as I hear it and touching the surface where like the written languages, I can understand it. I just can't speak it. That's tongues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it primordial or a language I recognize?
No, it's not primordial. It is. It's somewhere in that realm of like an exotic language. It is a fairly ancient language. What languages do you all understand, just so I can be clear on it?
Celestial, Common, Sylvan. I used to have Infernal, I think Abyssal too, but then my stats changed and I lost those languages when I turned Asmar.
Celestial, Common, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Okay, so none of you can read it naturally. Although Arya
would Kessler be able to?
No, Kessley's doesn't recognise it either. Neither does Kiernan. Although, Arya, with you using comprehend languages, and it is not a protected language because there are some languages you can't get from comprehend languages.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because some languages are literally like class locked. So like, I don't think comprehend languages works on like Druidic, because to speak or understand Druidic, you have to be a Druid.
No, that makes sense. Huh, neat.
But the language that you can see here, it's Draconic.
So Sheila would have been able to read it.
Sheila would have been able to read it, but I can't just make assumptions on what Sheila would do.
No, just.
And you would need to actually go and physically land on a Tuma's hand and touch the wall in order to be able to read it.
I'll do that. I'll trust the Tuma. They're friendly.
You go down and you place your hand out to touch the wall. And as you do that, we're going to go on our 15-minute break.
Rude.
So we are going to take a 15-minute break there, folks, because we're about 10 minutes late for our break. I keep doing that. I'm so sorry. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see the second half because we're going to be getting into some deep lore shenanigans here.
Yes! Ooh, I love lore.
For those on TikTok who are watching us on TikTok, I am very new to us being able to stream on TikTok, so I'm very sorry if I haven't seen your message. I've answered the ones that I've seen now. I will be keeping an eye on my phone with the chat much better now. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 15 minutes, guys. Okay? Don't go away. Hi there, folks. I've just seen that we got raided. Hello, I'm sorry you raided in on our break. I'm really sorry we missed the initial come in. But hi, welcome guys. Welcome Fumble folks. Great to have you here. To give you a wee bit of a lowdown on what's happened since it's from the beginning of the session. Our party have broken into a vault in order to try and discern if something is being taken by an enemy they're squaring up to fight. And instead of finding that, they have found the home and resting place of what is some kind of large elemental, which seems to have the same name as the very world that they live on. So now they're going into a little bit of communication with this huge elemental, trying to see...
He's our friend.
Yeah, they got a new friend. They got a new friend who is like 175 feet tall. He is a scary tall. I can in fact tell you how tall he is if you bear with me a moment, just while I...
He's a sweetheart.
He is 260 feet tall.
He's a big sweetheart.
He's a big sweetheart.
But a sweetheart nonetheless.
He's a big lovely boy.
We love our gentle giants.
He's almost as tall as we are down.
Yes. Yes. He's tall enough that if he was to reach up with his hand like this, he could like put his hand on... His hand would be visible from the top of the cavern where you were standing.
Yeah.
That's how tall he is. But anyway, we left off with him showing some kind of like tablet to you, Arya.
Mm-hmm. I put my hand on it.
And as you translate, what actually comes from it is dust and debris moves away from it and it shows the exact same image as is on the door to the vault. But this time, each of the sigils is translated into a word. Memory, soul, body, mind, heart.
Ari will say, I'll translate all of that. You said memory.
Memory.
Just writing this down for notes. Memory.
Soul.
Soul.
Body.
Body.
Mind.
Mind.
Heart.
Heart.
Fuse all of them together and you become Captain Planet. I'm kidding on. If any millennials didn't see that coming, you're slow on the uptake, man. It was an obvious joke.
I'm not a millennial.
Shut up, Gen Z. You're the reason the
I
world
forgot we had a little baby
Zoom, zoom.
who's never seen Captain Planet.
Oh my god, Boomer. Shut it, Zoomer. I think, so what I am, I think I'm technically what's called a Xennial. I was born in Gen Z years, but I was born in millennial years, but I was raised on like Gen X media. Because I was born in 92, but I was raised on like Thundercats, Biker Mice from Mars.
Yeah, you and I are on the same circle then.
People talk about Power Rangers, motherfucker. I was here for Masked Rider. Like, I was here for the Beetleborgs. Anybody remember Beetleborgs? Just asking.
I think I saw remember the commercials for it, but I never actually watched it.
Beetleborgs. There were 3 Power Rangers who looked like beetles, and they got their powers from like Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, and a ghost. It was really fucking weird, but it was fucking great. Anyway, what then is drawn out over this as it begins to all translate in front of you, Arya? This is literally the description of how the world was created. About how the Eladrin came together. Specifically 4 very powerful archfey came together and made a deal. They made a deal with 5 powerful Great Worms. These great... So, this is above table knowledge. Actually, do you know what? No, I won't give you it. You'll have to figure it out for yourself. They made a deal with 5 Great Worms. These Great Worms would provide the power for what they wanted to do, the Eladrin would form the focus. So, sorry, not Eladrin, Archfey. So these Archfey, one from each of the courts, channeled their own court's essence into the material plane. They put the idea of what the Fey courts are into the material plane. These 5 powerful great worms from across different stretches of the multiverse came together and they put it to work, they put it to action, and this created the world as it is. The world that they named Atuma. Atuma coming from a combination of the Fey speak word and the Draconic words. So the Eladrin or Fey, I think it's, what's the Fey language again? It's Sylvan. The Sylvan word being Umavriel, and the Draconic word being Atenak. Both of them meaning home. So the words Atuma together are literally the combination of 2 different words, both meaning home. And this is how Atuma came to be. But their magic was so vast and so expansive that it had literally a mind, a heart, a soul, a body, and a memory, all of its own. And that became Atuma. Yeah, that's everything there. Doesn't give you the names, but it does give you a kind of look at the dragons. The great worms flying around. One of them you can recognise immediately. Because literally on this diagram on this slate, they are made entirely of crystal. So you can see Tinkodeath. Sheila would of course recognise one of the others being completely scoped out of like solid bronze. Yeah, bronze.
Bran?
Yes.
This is a big tablet.
Oh yeah.
I know I'm quite low down, but can I make it out?
Well, Ari would be like reading it out as she's comprehend language and
Elion, honestly,
if it's a cavernous, plus if it's like a cavernous place, you'd probably be able to hear her translating.
This is very much a long shot, and I don't think it will come up. I've been looking. Well, I've had dragons kind of throw themselves at me the last few days. Mm-hmm. I suppose a different one looks familiar at all, does it?
So, make me an investigation check.
I've only caught glimpses.
If you've still got the emboldened bong, you can get a extra thing on the roll. That lasts 10 minutes, right?
I don't know, it's not my spell.
Oh, sorry. Let me check.
Can I assist Elian?
How would you assist him?
I would like to go down because he's the only one on the ground.
He's like 130 feet below you.
Can I just run down real quick and then
you can add a D4.
Style carry him back up to get a better look at the tablet?
I love that image.
You can do that. There's also a simpler way you could do it where you could ask Kessilis to help him fly.
Yeah.
You do realise I can probably get up there. I just don't want to.
Okay, cool. He doesn't want to come up.
I mean, if you want to pick me up, you can try.
I'll bridal style carry Elian.
Harry, yes, you do get a D4 on that one.
Okay.
So you can get a D4 on the investigation check. I'll allow the advantage as Reverie tries to get you to come up higher a little.
20. Unnatural.
Unnatural 20. So from the glimpses you've seen, from the vague images you've seen and the brief visions of the dragon that is apparently, somehow living rent-free in your mind, you know it has golden scales.
Mm-hmm.
On here, the dragons that are here are represented in different types of stone or metal ore. One of them, obviously Tinkle Death, being made of complete crystal, gives off an almost like Ouroboros. Ouroboros? No, that's not right.
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis style kind of glisten off of it. The next one being, like I said, bronze, then silver. There is one there that is made from gold ore that is breathing what appears to be like combinations of like tiger's eye, garnet, and like bright citrine to form almost like iridescent flames. And then the other one, the fifth one, is made from sandstone.
And
is the position?
The golden one.
Just let Elion finish.
The golden one, they are all in positions of each of those aspects, right?
Yes.
I was about to ask.
So, if I would be correct in assuming that Tinkle Death was mined, it's the only thing I can assume. I only met them once.
No. So Tinkle Death is not
Okay.
mined.
Would Tinkle Death be
was heart?
Tinkle
Heart?
Death was heart.
I just assumed because she was futury.
Yeah. No, because like I remember the breath weapon thing, and that's actually where Arya got the inspiration for using heartbeat rhythms in her music from Tinkle Death. When she did that emotional breath thing.
So you can see them. So the one that is sandstone is next to the symbol that has been translated as memory. The gold one is soul.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, no, that's wrong. The gold one's body. Sorry. Wait, no, sorry, I was right the first time. I've double guessed myself. Sorry, I was right the first time. Gold is soul. Bronze, as Sheila knows, is body. So, sorry about that. Getting myself all mixed up here because now I'm revealing stuff and there's so much lore to actually give you at this point. I'm now getting myself all mixed up.
I'm loving all this lore. And there was one other one, right?
No, there's 5. I've read them all out.
Tinkle Death, Stone, Gold, Gareth. I feel like I missed one. Sorry, I'm trying to take notes too.
Sandstone, memory.
Mhm.
Gold, soul. Crystal, heart. Silver, mind. Bronze.
That's what I missed. Silver. That's the one I missed.
Reverie,
Yeah.
can you ask the giant fellow if he knows anything about the beings on said tablet?
I am so sorry. My ear problem acted up. The beans on the tablet?
Beings.
Okay. I was real confused. I was like, there's no beans on the tablet.
Yeah, let's wipe the baked beans off so I can see it properly.
Oh, big bean.
Not big bean.
Big those.
This was made by a tablet maker named Heinz 5,000 years ago.
But yeah.
Reverie will kind of lean towards my new friend, cradling Elian so gently in her arms, and ask about the beings on the tablet.
Tuma will turn their hands to look at the tablet, and they don't have like the ability for like expression on like a great amount, but you know you can kind of see things in a vague way from them. Reverie, what I will ask, what's your passive insight? Arya, yours as well.
Give me a second. Passive insight 17.
My passive insight
Yes.
is also a 17.
17 and 17, awesome.
Hey, the clerics coming through.
So 17 and 17. Their facial expression, very, very limited in what it is able to do, but it gives off like adoration. And there's a smile and it says, "Friend." Don't know if you guys heard that. I don't know if my mic picked that up.
Friend?
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
They're your friends.
He nods again with that like sound of like stone grating against solid stone.
Arya will point to the picture of like the one that depicts Tinkle Death and say, let her two know that she was our friend too.
I don't know if we should use the word "was" on a giant colossus.
True, is our friend.
Yeah, I point at Tinkle Death on the tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Our friend too.
Atuma smiles like a great big shiny smile at that.
Was what was in here before then relating to our friend? Relating to this story?
Just to clarify, are you asking if there was something here beforehand?
Yeah, like if is or was, like I'm kind of telling this to like Reverie because she's the one who can like actually communicate with him. I can just hear what he's saying. But like, do you think maybe we can ask the team of that? Maybe we can get some clues of what was in here that perhaps might have been after.
Yeah, I will translate and ask if the not nice people that were in here earlier today
The goopy
were
people.
after something from on the tablet.
Their face will form a very rudimentary like frown, and they will nod, and then they will point to the tablet, and then they'll make a motion of like breaking.
So they wanted to destroy it.
Nods.
Tablet?
Wait, do you understand Common?
Nods again.
Oh, but this would have been so much easier.
Just doesn't speak a lot of Common. Can understand it.
Alright, well, do you mean the tablet itself or something relating to what's on the tablet?
He will gesture into the very centre of the tablet, where you can see, you know, like where they're swirling around and where all the different portions come in the middle is like a gemstone. And he will point to that, and the gemstone you can see here is, it's not diamond, it's something beyond. It's some other type of gem. And they will point at that, and then they will like tap their chest.
You?
And
They wanted to break you.
when they tap their chest, you're going to see like primordial glyphs and draconic glyphs together start to glow, and the stone doesn't crack and move apart, but it's like the bits of different, you know, type of geological substrate that makes up his body, they all start to lift and shift and move to create a perfect circle, and in the centre of it is like a heart. Like a heart that is easily like 40 foot high, like solidly beating, made of this gemstone.
They wanted to break you.
Nods.
I would just kind of step up and kind of like wrap her arms around like part of its hand or thumb or something. I'm glad they didn't. And give it a hug.
They physically cannot hug you. You are that small to them.
It's okay. I can feel the love there. Well, at least we know it's safe.
Yeah, I mean, as enlightening as this is, what does breaking him do?
Well, if that's the heart of Tuma and the heart of the world, I'm assuming, based on the story of how our home, this world, was made, maybe what they want is literally to break the world's heart, to destroy it.
Atuma will speak in Primordial. Because it's easier for him to speak in Primordial. Specifically Terran. And purely for the sake of my voice, because it will not survive using that voice for prolonged sentences.
Spare the vocal fry on yourself.
Atuma basically explains that when his, as he calls them, his parents put the world together, he was born from the idea of what the world would be like as it moved throughout time and space. Right now, you guys are like towards the end of autumn, moving into the winter months. Now, the way these things work on the calendar is, at the height of its time, the season is at its most powerful. The season that comes before the season is the one that is most dangerous to it. So, for instance, the most dangerous to summer is spring, the most dangerous to autumn is summer, the most dangerous to winter is autumn, the most dangerous to spring is winter. The world would stop moving in that way if it had no heart, if it had no life to move it. The easiest way to take over spring would be to stop it from being at its height, to stop it from coming back to life. Right now, as you guys are moving into the winter months, spring is going to be at its weakest.
I explain all of that.
Right, but they tried to take spring. And it didn't work for very long.
That was just their first try.
With only one of them.
And only one part of spring, not the direct heart relating to.
But why spring?
Think about what spring represents. Rebirth, new life. If you attack the heart of what gives new life, what happens to everything else that follows?
Right, but spring isn't the only positive aspect of nature. Summer is passion and rebirth and joy.
And winter is rest and contemplation, and autumn is change and resilience. But they're all important.
If I can butt in on the war table talk, would it not be possible that the hags are working for summer? Spring is before summer, meaning spring is more powerful against summer. For summer's coup to go as well as intended, they would need to take spring out of the picture quickly.
Kieran, you know more about hags. Are they in the habit of working with other people other than their own coven?
Sorry, I feel like I missed a question.
I asked Kieran, and you know more about hags than we do. Would they be in the habit of actually teaming up with someone other than their own coven? Would they actually? Is that a possibility that they might be working with Summer?
Let me roll and see if Kieran knows. Let me roll.
He's got emboldening bond too, so you can get an extra D4.
You can add the D4 on. He can. Okay. Okay, you might need that emboldening bond. Okay, that's a 4 on the emboldening bond, with a 13 on the dice roll. Let's see what his Arcana is. Oh, isn't it always fun when you're going to look at the himbo's intelligence stats? Where's Kiernan? There's Kiernan, right there. Okay, let's have a look, shall we? Okay. So, 13 plus 4 is a total of 17. And that's what he gets, because he's got nothing in intelligence. However, he's no longer at a minus... Sorry, it's not a 17, it's a 16. He's no longer at a -2. He has a -1 in intelligence now. No, sorry. He was at a -1. He's now at a 0. What's wrong, baby? You coming in?
Something.
Come on, come in. I think Astrid wants to come and say goodnight to you guys.
Oh.
Give me a moment.
Aww.
Give me a moment.
But yeah, the point Arya's trying to make is like, all of the seasons are important.
Hey, baby.
But if you take out the heart of one, it's going to hurt everything else too. I'm not saying spring's the only one that's that's important. I'm saying that they're all important. So it's not good if anyone gets hurt. But spring does represent life.
Here's Astrid.
Hi!
Astrid's here.
Oh, her jammies are so cute!
You say
her
hello?
jammies!
You say hiya.
Hi!
That's your phone, yeah. She's talking her own little gibberish. Oh, your phone's all dead. It needs to charge. Yeah, charge. Right, will Daddy put it on to charge? Okay. Yep, charger's down there. Can you say bye-bye to everybody? Say night-night. She's so energetic. Here's your dummy. Okay, go and Daddy put it on charge. Okay? Daddy kiss. Daddy kiss night-night. Mwah. Okay, on you go. Right. Close
So
Daddy's
cute.
door. Close Daddy's door. Close the door. I'm putting it on charge for you. Look, it's still on charge.
Squeak!
No, close the door with you outside of it.
We'll watch the charge phone. It's fine.
I'll take care of your child.
So funny.
I love her so
That
much.
was
No,
so
Astrid,
good,
you can't
dude.
She's just got so much. She just has so much sass.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm such an
Can't
Astrid
play with it.
fangirl.
You can't
Oh
play
my
with the hammer.
god.
Love our tiny sassy queen.
Out you go.
Our tiny DM.
You've got a dummy. You've got a dummy in your mouth, baby. Okay. There you go.
Oh, that was so funny.
I love her so much.
She's so funny, dude. I can't believe how big she is.
I know. Like,
Sorry about that, guys.
close the door to herself now.
Sorry about that.
Oh, we're
Astrid was
just
determined.
fangirling. It's fine.
She's gushing over your daughter.
You know we're the fan club.
Honestly, Astrid has got more fans than I do.
I mean, it's what she deserves.
Right, I believe that you were in the middle of I was in the middle of a roll for Kiernan. So, Kiernan with a grand total of 17. He kind of like rubs at the stubble on his chin before he speaks, and he says, I mean, different hags do different things. If you were to tell me, like, you know, this was like a coven of night hags, well, I wouldn't think very much of them doing something like working alongside others. But there are some hags that might begrudgingly work not for someone but alongside someone in order to see their goals come to fruition.
Based off kind of magic we sensed from that mirror place, seeing all about rots and pestilence, and if spring, it's not the only season that represents life and vitality, but if it's about renewal and rebirth, then it makes sense for our coven of hags that's all about decay and rot to go after that.
The way I look
Doesn't
at it is, the way I look at it is every season represents life. Spring being its rebirth, its awakening. Summer being its vibrancy, its literal fire of life. Autumn being the mellowness and the adaptation, the willingness to change. And then winter being its end or its rest.
It's all important.
To corrupt and bastardize one aspect of that would eventually, by the way I look at it, corrupt and bastardize every other aspect in turn.
Exactly.
So if they're working with someone, then their goals have to be aligned at least in the same way of they're trying to bastardize the other seasons.
Which falls right into Summer's plan here for an endless burning sun.
Right, no, I agree. But why send a couple things in during a raid to unsuccessfully kill a Titan? They planted a whole terrorist attack to catch everyone off their guard. The Primarchs are the second targets. Or this is the second target, but you don't... Do you get what I mean? It didn't work. If they're attacking a Titan to kill or weaken a part of the seasons, this attack has done nothing.
But did they know it was a Titan?
Right, Brand made the face of, you're getting there? Ah, you're fucked.
So a thing that I do is I put certain trigger phrases or keywords around certain things where if my players can't come to the right kind of check to make, then an NPC can at least kind of start the ball rolling for them. And I'm sitting deliberating, does that count? That's what I'm deliberating, does it count? Because what was said there is quite close. Do you know what? I'll meet you in the middle. Elion, could you roll me, we'll call it an insight check.
Can I place my hand on it, guys?
I rolled a dice, I can't see.
Arya, I'm gonna say no on that one because, like, if somebody's sitting deliberating, you wouldn't just immediately think to go, think,
Fair.
Friend, think.
Fair.
So I'm gonna say no on that one. However, what I will say is, if you're following the train of thought, you could give the help action.
I'll give the help action, yeah.
Elion, you have advantage.
19.
On a 19, what you've said about it not making sense starts to make a little bit of sense. Something doesn't fit. If the Primarchs were the target, by what they're looking at just now, they've succeeded. They got them with the plague. They got them with the rot and the infestation.
So why come in here?
Why come in here and fail? Could be that they came in here and they literally bit off more than they could chew. But there's no signs of a struggle. There's no sign of a fight. There's no sign of rot or pestilence whatsoever here, except on the door handles. Now, he says that someone came in here, but he didn't say it was hags that came in here.
Mm-hmm.
There is evidence of pestilence all over the door to the vault. Not a drop of it beyond the doors. Somebody came in. You know the undead got through the walls? You know that the body of the Sun's first army was fought at the walls. You have no proof that none of them did get in. And you know that the hags, or at least one of the hags, was present inside the palace. Elion, by that count, you've got people working on machinations for 3 seasons. Who's the 4th?
Okay, hold on. So, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that there's 3 seasons that have been kind of popped up, I just got to try and figure out which ones they are.
You've got the hags, who are... That one's a very easy one. The hags are trying to warp the idea of the rebirth cycle of spring. You know that one already.
Spring.
They're trying to warp that by making it, rot and pestilent. You know the Sons First are trying to take this whole idea of summer and turn it into less vibrancy and more purging flame. The only question is, how do you what would you think the eternal march of the undead represents? Somebody wishing to remove life in its essence.
Winter.
Winter.
Could be.
We do know Winter also got attacked too by the giants. We had from. Isn't that why the Archmage didn't send anyone out to help us?
Kesselius will speak on that one, and Kesselius will say, you could also say that could be autumn. Like Kernan said, autumn represents change. There's nothing more stagnant than death or undeath.
The ultimate stagnation. And they're literally comatose. You don't get more stagnant than that. They can't even fully pass it.
But you could also say that the undead would represent everything to be bastardized about winter.
Rest.
To never rest.
Hags. Kieran, correct me if I'm wrong. Hags know things in advance, right?
No, Kernan,
These do anyway.
We'll go based on the Arcana check he's already made. Say, well, if you have a coven together, they're generally more powerful, and that does kind of give them the ability to, prophesize, or not prophesize. What's the word? Divine. Vague ideas of what is going to be happening.
So they wouldn't launch an attack on a Tuma, this one, without knowing what he is. That's not in their nature.
Hags are egotistical. They are proud. But I've never met a hag that I would call stupid.
They need to know everyone's cards at the table before they play their hand. That's how hags work.
They won't sit at a table unless they know the deck is stacked in their favour.
So why launch an attack that doesn't work?
They wouldn't.
Kieran, remember? Sorry, go ahead.
The only thing I can think of is they knew we'd open the door. And they couldn't get in.
I'm going to say that counts.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to say that'll count, yeah.
Shit.
Elion, as you say this whole thing of they would, you start to put the keys together, they make a big obvious show of, look at all the green goop on the door. Curiosity is going to win over. And the moment you say, they knew, they must have known we were going to open the door. When they wouldn't be able to do it, they must have known we were going to be able to. And behind you, you're just going to hear. I truly do have to thank you. We never could have gotten through that door. Not without some very difficult expenses. And not only that, you've brought a new friend to the board. What's wrong? What do you want, Arya?
Sorry, if this is who I think it is, and he's, I'm assuming summer or some kind of fae or something like that. If I had protection from evil and good up, or he had detect evil and good, wouldn't we have been able to sense them coming?
Generally, yes. Unless he's not any of those things.
Oh, fuck. Wait, hang on. Celestial, aberrations, elements, fae, fiends, and undead? None of that?
I mean, he might be one of those things, but he also could have protection from being detected. It's a fairly uncommon item that allows you to not be detected at all. There's also
My
spells,
ring does that.
There's also spells that allow you to pass completely without trace.
Okay.
Not pass
Just
without
had to
trace,
ask
funnily.
Just had to ask mechanically.
No, it's a safe question to ask because you're completely correct. By what the spells you have active do, any person of average capabilities that would step foot in them would be detected.
Can I? Who is this? Can I like turn?
I think I know. I'm turning.
Well, hold on a minute. Reverie did ask first.
Sorry, go ahead.
So Reverie, you're asking who it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Turn round and you can make a history check.
A history check.
You've got emboldening bond. You can add a d4.
That adds a d4.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that. Plus my history. 19.
On a 19, you cannot recognize this person. I'll allow the others to make a history check if they would like to.
Yep. Nat 20 plus 8.
Nat 20 plus 8 for a total of 28.
Yep.
Okay. Elion?
2.
Elion, you're convinced this is your dad.
Don't gawk at me.
I'm totally. There's a strong possibility that this could be your dad. No, absolutely not. Okay, so none of you recognize the person. Arya, with the nat 20, you can recognize the feeling you get from being in their presence. Because you've stood in the presence of someone of a similar power level. This being gives off the same kind of power as your great-great-great-great-grandmother. Like that palpable aura of just being next to them and feeling like the particles in the air have become tangible simply by their presence. You recognize that feeling. So you don't know the person. You don't know who they are, you don't know what their wants are, you don't know who they serve, whatever. But you can tell this person is of an otherworldly level of power.
You said similar to, like, Astrael's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shot in the dark, this is me, the player, thinking shot in the dark, yes, but, like, out of curiosity, in-game, I know that, like, Aasimar or Celestials can, like, when they're near each other, can, like, hear each other's, like, blood, in a sense, like the Song of Us. Mm-hmm. Would I get that sense by any chance? Okay, so possibly not Celestial, but just as powerful as one. Oh boy.
I'll bite. Who are you? What's your game?
My game is fixing the mistakes that your kind wrought.
Right. Okay, that answers about half of the question.
Do you mean our kind of like fairies or fae or
Mortals.
autumn? Or...
You and your forebears forced your existence into a plane that did not need you, did not require you. And in the time that you've been here, you have sullied the corner of this existence that you choose to call home. I seek to eradicate and fix that problem.
You say we were forced here. That's...
No, I did not say you were forced here.
Well, forced
you
ourselves.
Forced your way here.
That's your perspective, but from what I believe, we were placed here by a greater hand, as children of this world.
Were you
no
invited?
Less than the stars of the tree.
Were you invited into the material plane? Did a being from upon high descend to your pathetic level of existence, extend a hand and say, "Come, join us"? Or did your forebears, those who came before, did they, in their arrogance, say they did not like the rules of their world, and therefore would forge their own in a plane not of their existence? I ask you again, child of the world, were you invited here?
I don't know. All I know is that I love this world. It's my home, and I don't want anyone to hurt it.
Your emotional care for this world is duly noted in its weakness and patheticness.
Oh, I think caring about things makes me strong.
Do you? Then would you care to show me how your care stands against my duty?
Well, hold on. We opened the door for you. It's only fair that you repay the favour.
Make me the persuasion check. Go for it. Make the persuasion check. I'll allow it.
If it's still 10 minutes, you've got emboldening blood still.
Don't need it. 26.
On a very, very near success, he will look to you. Child born of fire.
Mm-hmm.
But oddly their life completely ruined by its existence. A warrior nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
We stand on opposite sides of the fold, but you have a modicum of my respect. Rather, your position does. That's him essentially giving you permission to ask your question.
As a being of immense power that couldn't break a mortal's security spell on a door, are you in here for a specific purpose? Because defeating something such as our newfound geodic friend seems trivial to you, and it would only affect mortal lives, so I don't see what you're getting out of it.
That is one of the shows of ignorance of your kind. The belief that my only reason for doing something is to gain something from it. I seek simply to right a cosmic wrongdoing. As for the door, it's a rather simple enchantment, but quite unbreakable. Until, of course, you leave the door open, at which point it is an invitation.
Yeah. So, seeing as we recognize your immortality, is there anything we can do to be of assistance?
Oh, that was something I didn't see coming. I have to be true.
He's giving you a look like
I have to be true to the nature. Give me a moment.
Yeah, out of character. Don't offer up my services. I'm already like I already have like
hold on,
in character.
I have like divorce parents that are arguing.
Guys, let's just hold on. So the reason I'm asking this early on is because of the roll I've made. Is that a genuine offer of allegiance, or is this like an alien? No, right? Okay, of course. So I need you to make me a. I think the closest would be a deception. You're not technically being deceptive, but yeah, the closest would be a deception check.
Uh, 24.
24. There's a hesitation before a hardening smile on their face, and they say, I will admit that in your limited capacity, you have shown capabilities.
And I've also never betrayed my patron.
That is an absurd lie.
It's not a lie? Name me the example.
When your kin marched, did you not stand against them? Did you not?
I said my patron, not my oath. Semantics.
You feel a sense of superiority, that your wordplay is your greatest weapon. I can understand the necessity.
I'd say my looks, but wordplay is pretty close.
I can understand the need to find some level of superiority, but let me tell you this. I have no care on what your opinions on superiority when it comes to between myself and you are. You are a gnat. You are the fuzz on the legs of the gnat when compared to myself.
I agree. Hence why I'm offering my allegiance for survival.
Your loyalty is... And he's going to smile, and he's going to use the exact words that the Summer Lord said to you. He's going to say, sorry, the Summer King. He's going to say, your loyalty has been found wanting.
You were saying about how we can help?
You can help by standing aside, finding a corner, and laying there until your death comes. And he's going to turn and he's going to look at Atuma and say, I do not come here to argue with insects.
She's like protectively like she knows it's bigger than him. Just like
as you
you're
throw
not
your
my
arms
friend.
out, he actively laughs like, "Oh, that show of bravery is almost admirable, were it not for how little it matters." Will you stand aside, allow this all to end, or will you drag this out? Make your choice.
I do have one question, though.
Questions. What is it with mortals and their questions? Yes, ask your question.
So if you don't care about what happens to us mortals, what happens to this world, then what do you care about? You personally.
A cosmic wrong being righted.
Which
Why do you feel it's your duty to right it then?
He will splay his hand out, and Arya, you would recognise it because you've seen it. The image that came from the orrery when you were in the astral plane. You see a whole show of astral space. The only difference as to what you can see here with this and the one that you saw is Atuma is not there. And he's going to say, this was the divine plan, almost a millennia ago. The divine hand that guides had plans, had great works. And then a speck is going to into existence. This. Wrought by a hand not of the maker, but by a hand of infiltrators, setting back countless eons of plans and prepared work, leaving some to be, and there's a genuine look of like it's a really, really nasty look comes across his face. If anybody wants to, they can insight check.
I'll insight. Oh, that was the wrong dice. So 19 plus 7?
19 plus 7, so that's a total of 26 for you.
Yep.
Elion?
16.
16 for you. Reverie?
I can do math, sorry. 25.
25. Okay. On a 25, on a 16, and on a 26, you'll all know this look. This is a look of like abject disgust. Like complete and total. Like, you know, you go out to get the paper and you can't find your slippers, so you think, oh, I'll jump out in my barefoot for 2 minutes, and you stand right on dog poop level of disgust.
Oh.
But there's also something else in there, and early on you're not going to see it, but the 25 and the 26 are going to see it. Sorrow, a little twinge of sadness. As they finish their sentence, so the part of the sentence before they stopped was leaving some. Then he goes and he makes this face and he grits his fist and he says, to no longer be of requirement.
You felt it then.
This has nothing to do with feelings. I was. Not only I, but countless thousands, countless tens of thousands of my kin. Our purpose taken from us, robbed. So we have come to take it back. And I start with this, ensuring this world no longer continues. Then we will set about righting the cosmic wrongs that brought it into existence in the first place. But ending that, and he gestures up to Atuma, is a very good place to start.
So why not make new purpose? Or collaborate? Instead of thinking of that as a great plan, think of it as a work of art. Artists remake and work with new things all the time. Why not think of it that way? I think it's more flexible than fickle.
Then you think incorrectly.
About art, me being an artist, thinking about art incorrectly.
Oh, an artist. I did not realize I was talking to someone of such civility. An artist that seeks always to create, to birth from the imagination. Sounds to me like someone running from something. Always imagining, never turning to look back at what pushes you there in the first place. Keep your art. Keep your creations. I'd rather watch them burn.
It's not just art I believe in either. So I'm not just an artist anymore.
I have little care for what you believe
in. Well, I care.
Reverend?
And I believe in peace,
hold
bitch.
On. Arya,
well, while this conversation is going on, is there, like, anything that this guy is doing, saying, movements that are cluing me into what he exactly is?
I'm going to say no because you haven't met something like him.
Okay.
You've also, met something similar, but not something like him. Sorry, Elion, I'll come back to you, Reverie. Elion?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I was going to say, is he armed, armoured, spellbook, focus?
He does not appear to be armed at the moment. He is...
That's a good question. What does this guy look like?
Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to ask. Okay.
Here's the 15 minis I prepared earlier.
Yeah, because like I'm saying I believe in peace, bitch. Obviously, she's looking right at him.
So, he wears nothing on top. Okay, there's no clothing on top, and he wears a very simple, like, pair of, with your dark vision, would appear to be like a kind of like charcoal grey.
Well, I've also got the light cantrip up still.
Is the light cantrip concentration based?
No, I don't think so.
Let me go and check.
Yeah, no, it's not concentration based, and it lasts an hour.
It lasts an hour.
As long as it's. Yep,
but it has got a range of 30 feet. 30 feet bright, 30 feet dim.
Believe so?
Actually, less than that. 20 feet bright, 20 feet dim. So he is at the range where he is within your dark vision. There are markings on his chest. You can't tell if they're like tattoos or scars or something along those lines, but you can see there are definite markings of a non-symmetrical order on his chest and up his neck and even across his face. His face was maybe at one point handsome, but now it just looks broken. Like, physically, it looks like there is cracks on his face. He has long, very, very straight black hair. He has a well-muscled physique. He's probably looking at about 5'10", 5'11" in height. And he wears what appears to be some kind of metal bracers on his wrists, and he has armoured greaves. For those who aren't aware, greaves are almost like, they're not shoes, but like they're like metal overshoes, so like it covers your shin and the top of your foot, and they're like strapped onto the back, strapped onto boots. Any kind of like fabric or clothing that I could like discern some background? Not when you're only seeing it through grayscale. The one difference with his greaves is they are not strapped onto boots. They seem to be strapped onto like tie-up sandals, which run up to just about below the knee. Can I use my Weaver's tools to get a little more insight on like that? How would you use Weaver's tools to get an insight on it? Like, are you
like if he's like wearing like any kind of even without like the cloak.
To reiterate what I'm saying, you can't just like pull out a sewing needle and a thimble and then suddenly go, oh, now I know what material that is. So the Weaver's tools wouldn't really come into it. What I'm saying to you is, when you're looking in grayscale, you can't tell colour, you can't tell texture. What you see is grey.
I was trying to think more stylistically, because like if she's like traveled around a lot, like maybe she could recognize stylistically of like from a place she's been to, maybe.
So I'm understanding what you're trying to say. But the style's still not going to tell you what kind of material it is. It can certainly tell you that they appear to be straight cut trousers, which are tied and tucked at the legs. But it's still. But the style
wouldn't be indicative of a place.
Oh, right, okay. I understand what you're asking of now. No, they don't look like any kind of culture or origins use.
Okay.
Well, we do have unfortunate news for you, Lord Almighty Magic Man. The two girls have grown quite attached to the giant talking smiling rock. And my entire job is to keep them safe, so I don't think we're going to be getting down.
I would like to point out, Elliot is saying this while cradled in my arms.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that.
I would like it to make it clear, I do not want to fight you. But, you know, embodiment of the world's hope and land and such is quite the thing to let die.
So then you will choose death.
I feel like there's a compromise somewhere.
And what would this compromise be?
Unfortunately, I have no fucking idea. I'm just stalling. I don't want to fight you because you're immensely powerful. So your entire embodiment is to destroy a world that didn't ask to be created.
To the limited understanding of someone of your capabilities. Yes.
If your maker is so powerful and so important, why didn't he just get rid of it?
They are sentimental.
So won't they be a bit upset if you get rid of it?
No, they will see that I have done the job that they designed me for.
You seem really sure about that.
If they're sentimental, wouldn't that mean they had a hand in creating it?
And if you say that feelings and sentimentality are weakness, does that mean that a great creator that has that quality isn't above such things? And such things aren't necessarily to be looked down upon? If someone that you admire has those qualities as well?
They did not view this way until this abomination came into place.
So you know better than your creator. That seems like heresy, friend.
I see.
Or at least presumptuous.
I ask you one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Will you move?
Oh, I thought we were just going to put a door in the way, seeing as you can't get through those willingly. Big one with a mortal spell on it. Oh, I get it. You could have got through the spell, but you're not strong enough to open it. I understand. Upper body workouts, they're taxing.
Leon, too much.
If I'm going to die, I'm going to die with shit in my mouth.
In a blaze of glory.
Excuse me a moment.
You're making him walk away.
You're
he
making
has
it
to
worse.
go walk this off.
You're making it worse.
He has to go. He's getting a book.
He's getting a book. He's getting a book. Elion, why can't?
What have you done?
Mel,
It was funny.
What have you done?
I was about to say
He's
something.
getting a book.
To maybe buy us more time. And then
know
you
the
had to
books
go
are
and do
dangerous.
that.
For what? He's not just going to go, you're right. My entire lifelong, eon-long philosophy
I was gonna say
is incorrect.
I was
I'm
gonna
going to
try
leave.
buy us some time.
For what?
And then you had to put.
I'm trying to
say, what
figure out what dragon he works for, and you're over here talking mad shit.
He doesn't work
And
for
I'm trying
any
to
of the dragons.
And I'm trying to buy us some time about if maybe don't destroy us today, but come back another day kind of thing. I was going to try and buy us some time, at least
thought
get at.
the whole point was that the dragons created a tumor, right?
Correct, and he
So-
said
Yeah.
that the person, the maker is sentimental about this place, meaning
he's-
the
I think
maker
it's
has
I
some
think
sort
it's
of
the greater
hand in
hand.
creating a tumor.
Yeah,
Therefore,
the greater
meaning
hand.
it's one of the dragons most likely.
It doesn't mean
Yeah.
that. So sentimentality doesn't mean that they had a hand in creating it. It just means that they now view it with some kind of
He
emotional
said
attachment.
he said that it was made outside of his maker's plans. It can't be one of the dragons.
Maybe it's the greater hand.
He is something ancient,
Yeah, based on the
which
power
I think
level.
I know what he is, but I don't want to say it because I don't want to metagame it because I know a lot.
Fair. I still want to buy us some time.
I need you to
But-
make me.
Also, Elian's dumb.
I was
Yeah,
like, yes,
we
I was about this one.
We realized
Right
that.
here. Hi there. Thanks very much for the follow. Thank you. Elion, I do need you to.
I'm surprised Kieran and Kessleys haven't popped in with anything in this, especially Kessleys.
There's a reason.
Okay, hopefully
That
it's the
reason,
good stuff.
that reason
Hopefully.
being that everybody's just been shouting things and I haven't had a chance to.
Okay, it was like doing some magic-y stuff to help us.
Elion, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Emboldening one.
Just out of curiosity, because I am Elven, is it a charm?
It is, yes. So you will have advantage.
You can add the D4 if you need.
Yeah, no. Do what you can do.
You sure? What did you get out of curiosity?
With my plus 10 and advantage, I got a 12.
Well, you got a golden box, so you can add the
You can add a
D4.
D4.
His still save DC is much higher than 16.
It absolutely is. He is going to cast the spell on you, Command.
Mm-hmm. That's fine, it's
But-
one word. He can't cause me to hurt myself.
He can't, but he is going to use a word not given within the typical boundaries of the word
Mm-hmm.
command.
I assumed.
And he is going to command you to feel. And Elion, you feel the entire emotional and mental discourse that comes from your very rooted idea of being, the very reason that you were put into creation, taken from you. To show how it is for you, Elion, you see all of the things that you hold dearly in life. Whether they are physical, whether they are ideals, you see a physical representation of them in your mind's eye, while you are frozen in this state, completely at his beck and call. And you watch as each of them, whether if they are manifested as a bright light, they are snuffed out. If it's a physical person, i.e. your sister, they are no longer your sister. If it is the ideals of your of the hope of getting your oath back, that bright emboldening shield, it cracks. There's some way that every single aspect of what you hold as to be your reason for being falters and is suddenly no more. You feel a complete sense of nothingness, emptiness, complete horrific tranquility. And as he does that to you, Elion, robbing you of mental, physical, emotional feeling in all aspects, he just says, you know, it's terribly funny how mortals view peace and tranquility. They don't understand that it means nothing. That is what you have. Nothing.
Do we see any like sign of change on Elion, like in the way his expression is?
Elion, would they see a change? Would they see any kind of sign of what you are physically going through?
No.
No. All you would see.
Even
all you would see is
me, like I'm holding
so
you.
Elion, so Elion, as you go through this, like your muscles would seize up. You're frozen in place as you go through this. So Reverie, you'd be able to feel that, I guess. Suddenly he goes like.
I'd say the only thing is he's not smiling anymore.
There's a complete nothingness to his facial expression. You can't see his face.
He looks like when you're lost. He looks like when you're lost in thought, and just kind of blank.
Have you ever played Dragon Age, like the video games? He looks like a tranquil.
Is that permanent, or is that just for the duration of the spell?
Just for the duration of the spell, as long as he
just checking.
commands you.
I look from Elion, look to this being, and you know what? Fuck it. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but I'm gonna use my last first level spell slot and cast Sense Emotions on him.
You get nothing. Like absolute nothingness. Like I said before, a reason why you wouldn't be able to detect this person, because they are nothing. Their entire reason for being is gone. Therefore, they are gone. They are literally nothing.
Feeling absolutely nothing, that sheds a shiver down her spine, and that scares her more than anything else he has said or done.
But as you cast a spell on them, they are aware of it. So they turn and they look at you, and there's like a cockiness to them as they look at you with like this smirk of like, did you not like what you sensed?
I think. Looks like I need a roll for this. Yeah, that tracks. The way Arya reacts is she went from like 1 minute really despising this person to like when she feels that he feels and is nothingness, rather than like being more angry at him, she weirdly enough kind of mourns that for him. And you see like I think even like it's a little tear rolls down her face because he is absent of the thing that brings her so much joy, and she knows that like gives us things to like live for. And it's almost like, and knowing that he was abandoned, like his purpose was taken from us, she's just like, I'm so sorry.
Save your pity. I do not want it. The only thing I want is your existence to be gone. He's going to release his grip and release the spell on you, Elion.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, savour your moment. I care not enough for when this world falls, only that it will. War is coming. I make you all a promise. before any of you breathe your last breath, one of you will fall by another's hand. One of you will sign the death warrant for millions, including one of the people standing here. Soon your world will shatter, and I will be there to revel when the crack resounds across the cosmos. But apparently your ignorance has decided that is not today. And he puts his hand out behind him, and this strange piece of darkness behind him opens up. You can only see it because it's like looking at Vanta Black. Reverie, because of the dark vision you've given these guys, they can see it more than somebody without dark vision would, and it looks like a solid jet black oblong. And he just goes, now that your actions here have only prolonged the suffering, the screams that fall on your shoulders. And then he turns and he walks to step through it. And as he steps through, that is where we will end today's session. You guys have finally met your BBEG.
For this session, or for like for this arc, or for like the as a whole, not just the arc.
This is the campaign BBEG.
He's kind of hot.
The campaign BBEG was waiting for the real. So the literal thing I was looking for was the realization of the group, the League of Villains. So it wasn't until Elion brought up the idea of what are they trying to do? Why would they be targeting this? Realizing there's other reasons, and as soon as all that came into play, no matter when it came into play, whether it was at any of these locations has some kind of thing to this scale which would involve you to be there and question these things. Wherever it would have happened, once it happened, the BBG would make themselves shown.
Holy shit! And we never got its name. We never got their name.
You did get.
I asked.
You did get their name, and he did answer.
What was their name?
Nothing.
I missed that. Literally,
their name and a World Tree Quests homebrew
nothing.
creation, a creature type. They are nothing.
Shit.
I love and I hate that so much.
So
me too.
They had a purpose within the grand cosmic scale. Atuma being created made their purpose obsolete, no longer needed. Therefore, it was removed. They are nothing.
So he literally could not find a new purpose even if he tried. That's so sad.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to see us today. How are we all for next week?
Always good.
All good?
Always
Okay,
good, always
fantastic. With that, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to save it for another moment. But if you enjoyed what you've seen today, guys, go and check out our social medias. We have lots of them. We are most prominent on Twitter and Instagram. We do have a TikTok. We're streaming on it. But there's no videos to post as of yet because I'm technologically backwards and don't know how to get clips and shit and do all that.
I'm working on it. I do it.
Our Grand Archivist right here is doing that for us, and when we get them, we will throw them all out there to the world. But yeah, be sure and check out our Twitter so you can see our application for our Dragon Age campaign that is coming up, because World Tree Quest has more than just branches of D&D. We've got other TTRPGs, and in the future we have plans for even more. We have plans for Vessin, we have plans for the Old Gods of Appalachia, we have plans for fucking all sorts out there, okay? I've also just been given an idea for a Call of Cthulhu game.
Nice.
So plenty is coming up over the course of the next year or so on World Tree Quest, so stay tuned. If you want to see my personal stuff, you can go check me out at Son of Asgard on TikTok. I'm not posting anything right now, but I will be posting things. I've got some things saved in drafts. I'm just waiting for the right time. But that's it for me, so I'm going to pass over to my lovely cast. Harry, have you existed outside of your AI space yet, or...?
If you want to see me anywhere else, you physically can't. The internet doesn't exist. I live in the past, and all of my D&D character sheets are written on the wall in chalk. At least that's what I tell my psycho doctor when I try to explain that a Scottish man, barely older than me, created me in a computer for his Zoom calls. But no, I have not managed to break out of my padded cell or my cave yet and venture into the unknown.
Well, that's good. Thanks very much, Harry. If you want to see Harry, keep coming here, because he'll be here, because I switch him on and tell him to be here. Passing on over to...
So you turn him on?
Yeah.
I had to get one dirty joke in for the 69th episode, Fran. One joke.
I
Shenanigans,
I
banishment.
respect it, but I kind of hate that you did it.
I'd be grateful I waited until after the session.
Liz, anything for you at all?
If you want to see me at other places on the internet, you can check me out under Patron of Chaos. But other than that, I am exclusively here as the Archivist Divine.
And last and most certainly not least, Khadija, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Hello, if you want to watch me play D&D other places, no you can't. I am also exclusively here at World Tree Quest in this fantastic campaign with these fantastic nerds. But if you want to see me in other stuff, you can find me at Khadija Al Kubra on pretty much all social media platforms. Twitter, Instagram, Archive of Our Own, where I write fan fiction, and mostly on TikTok, where I'm known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. If you like wholesome tavern core, fancy kind of vibes, and having really good books shoved down your throat, I'm the gal you go to. Haven't been able to make much new content lately, though, because I'm working on trying to write and get published my own works. So, fingers crossed on that.
Definitely fingers crossed on that. We wish you the best in that. If that is everything from my players, then that is everything from me, and so that's everything from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we've had my lovely cast. We have had Just Harry, we've had Patron of Chaos, and we've had Khadija Al Kubra. From all of us here at World Tree Quests. Good night, stay safe, nothing. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good